Hello, hello. Welcome to the Lorethrough. Today we are handling episode 99. It's going to be a biggin. We finished the subterranean shunning grounds last time, as well as many other things. We were racing to get content done, and now we have started, I would say, the meat of Ronnie's quest line. And we followed her through Renna's Tower, and for some reason we are in the northern part of the Ansel River Well. And we found, in a nearby stone casket, a miniature Ronnie. It's unresponsive, yet pleasantly cool. Seems kind of interesting that we find a miniature Ronnie doll when she's already a doll. Literally. Well, let's take a sit down at this grace, and then we will get started on our journey today. And we'll try to make good time of it. But as soon as we sit down, we notice that our menu's a little longer, and there is a Talk to Miniature Ronnie option. And we get nothing more than a simple ellipses, but if we do it again, that's right, more ellipses. But we're persistent. Let's try a third time.
Oh, a dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls? Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
So already she's like, fine, I didn't think anybody would recognize me. Because you're a bother, I'm going to request your service, and you can't say no. Let's try to talk to her again.
Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
So it seems she's taken it as a personal offense that we have followed her here. But let's move forward, and perhaps at the next grace she will chat with us some more. Now, if we are observant and we pull out our telescope here, we see another one of those evil space earwig monsters along with some clay men. And those evil space earwig monsters are particularly interesting because their head and pincers look very reminiscent of the Falling Star beasts. Specifically, the mature one that we fought on Mount Gelmir, the top of its head and its pincers and the eyeball that it had in its forehead were almost identical with these earwigs. So it's some later iteration of the Falling Star beast. How so? Couldn't tell you. Oh, we can summon here, which means I'm going to bring forth the manserpent. We have a lot of lame ashes to use, but by golly are we going to do it. And we have lots of these fellows to take care of. Thankfully, they are slow. I'm guessing that first one wasn't aware of me. Oh, I never noticed the manserpent has a whip. Do it! Get him! Oh. We can run through this just fine. I'm hoping that the fire damage will be a little more useful. The range is certainly nice. I feel like if the claymen will get up close to the manserpent, then the manserpent will meet his demise relatively easily. So already, it's shooting projectiles at us. But it's okay, because we came prepared. Let's give it another go. We'll wait a moment. And we'll buff with our golden arrow. Perfect. Oh, it's gonna be close. Ooh, 1600 damage. Not bad. Ooh. Hit us a little bit, but nothing too bad. Now I can wield a real weapon. That'll be exciting. Oh, what to use? I'm going to use this, I believe, along with the misericord. Okay, and we get a somber 7 for doing that. Manserpent's not doing too bad. all things considering. Oh. I'm trying to get a backstab, I promise. They're just so beefy. Probably not worth our time. But we have a couple gloveworts over here to grab. And they are high level, so it seems that the Ronnie questline is expecting you to be in that kind of 75% of the way to max level with your spirits, as well as your upgrades. About. We have a Miranda flower here, and it is black, which I think means it's either Deathblight or Frenzy. Yeah, this is a Frenzy one. Okay. Looks like the man serpent's getting destroyed. Is there something at the end here? Clayman ashes. Okay. Well, we don't really need to fight the flower or those claymen, so we will leave the man serpent to its fate. And while we are traveling, we will take a look at the clayman ashes. Bowed with age, these spirits are sluggish but hard to stagger. The warped remains of priests who searched for revelation in the service of the ancient dynasty. They employ two sorceries that produce smaller and larger bubbles. So they are actually the servants. Wait, did I read that wrong? I probably just read that wrong. I was walking too much. Okay, yeah, so... Service of the ancient dynasty. Warps remains of priests. Okay. They were priests who served, not servants of priests. And we don't get a whole lot of information on them. It's basically that, and then whatever you get from the Oracle Bubble sorcery. But here we see more of the Dynas Prophet with the secular map at his feet, and the tree prophecy tablet clutched in his arms. These claymen are trying to throw bolas at me. Very foreign, very ethnic choice of weapon. Oh, what's wrong with me? Okay. Let's keep a moving. I do feel like promoting myself back to the Carrion Knightsword. Oh, he lived, really? Surprise, surprise. There's a handful of ants here. Let's deal with that. And the other one doesn't seem to care so much. So you know what? We're going to bypass them for just a moment. So here we get to the ruins, or to the edge of Noxtella, finally. Another glovewort. There's a path over there, and don't worry, we will backtrack for it. But I do know that up ahead we have a site of grace. But here we are, Noxtella, Eternal City. It's got more of those teeming masses on the buildings, weirdly enough, that we saw. I think when we met that fella on the edge of Necron, the northern edge past the Dynast ruins, and past the Ancestor Spirit, the Regal Ancestor Spirit, the big one. Hop down here. And it looks like we have a Nox Swordstress or Sword Maiden, I forget which one it is, riding on an ant, and the ant has purple eyes. Very strange detail there. I'm curious to know which one it is. It is the Swordstress that has the single point on the crown, and the bicrown is the Night Maiden. Okay. So we can touch the grace here, and then we can backtrack. So we need to head back up that ladder and go back to that messy pile that the ants were on. If we're going to explore everything properly, that is. So it looks like Noxtella's in a similar condition to Necron, though there seems to be a little bit more of it, or maybe it's just because we have more of a ground level. when we approached Necron, we were on the rooftops, and we went through a couple buildings and over a couple balconies, and then we were on a single promenade, and it was over. Until we headed to the north part. If this ant is going to get caught unaware... And here we have an ant... that is armored on its head. Big old flat head. There are ants like that in the real world that have big flat heads like that. They act as the doors for their colony to keep out unwanted pests, which is very silly. How evolution do that? Nature, you scary. Very odd. So here we have one of those gravity worshipper fellows. And well, don't you know, this is the old palace ruins. I never know if that drawing that thing up is an attack. On Cragblade, I think the downward thrust of the weapon and the pulling up that's a part of the buff, I think those are both hits. But, yeah, this is the old palace ruins. We've been here before. We went and fought the Dragonkin soldier on the very edge of Noxtella, and that Dragonkin soldier was in front of the large chair, if you will recall. So if we head up this cliff first, there is an item, and I think it's a large white item. Somber 6, okay. So if you've never noticed, items come in small white, large white, and then blue and orange. Or is it purple? It could be purple. It's one of them cool colors, kind of indicating what sort of item you might get. But here we have a treasure chest, and here we find the Wing of Astel. Is that what the earwig monster was called that we killed here? Was it an Astel? Or is Astel a specific one? Or is Astel a different thing entirely? But it's called a wing, oddly enough. And when we take a look at it... Starlight, Starbright, there we go. It looks like a wing. From some sort of bug, could be a dragonfly or something else. It's colorful. It's not very large. Not like the wings that the beastie had, unless it had smaller wings at some point. But it was placed in a treasure chest, which seems to invoke feelings of intelligent, not design necessarily, but purpose. Somebody intentionally put it in a chest, not just some monster dropped it on the ground where we found it, right? Let's read its item description. Sword fashioned from a delicate wing, suffused with the magic of the stars. Strong attack, unleashes a wave of enchanted light. Crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void, the natural born of the void, who is said to have assailed the eternal city. It has the skill Nebula. Imbue the natural born's wings with magic to send forth a dark cloud of stars that lingers briefly before exploding. So if we do the heavy... Hear that? Had like a charging up noise. That's interesting. That seems a little louder than I'm used to it being. That feels like a bug. I don't think it's normally that loud. I hope it's being picked up. Because that's normally the noise the Nebula would make, I think. And the Nebula is the Ash of War. That makes more sense. I think the sound's broken on this darn thing. That's funny. Well, I don't plan to use it much. I will say, if you're doing PvE, the Nebula, this move, if you're fighting a larger enemy and you can get more of those little explosives to hit, there's like 5 of them or something. 4 or 5. There might be 4 or 5. Anyways, the more of those you can get to hit, the better. It's fantastic for breaking poise. A little inconsistent because it takes a bigger target. It doesn't work so well on smaller targets. It's a good backup since they've nerfed Flame of the Redmanes. They really nerfed Flame of the Redmanes. Flame of the Redmanes did like 40 points of poise damage per hit. Now it does like 10. Kind of sad. But yeah, this thing was pretty good at that. Or the Wing of Astel is a pretty good version of that, as long as you are fighting larger enemies. So give it a go. You might like it. The Wing of Astel is also an okay curved sword. If you like curved swords, they can be very mean and aggressive options. Alright, so there is an ant monster over here being ridden by a swordstress, I think we decided. And they have a unique interaction. Where if you can put the darn thing to sleep... There we go. It'll knock her off of her mount, and they will fight each other. And if we're lucky, we'll see a specialty grab animation from the ant if it gets a chance. It did not get a chance. Maybe on another one. Come on. Oh, they back up so much. There we go. And dealt with. And we're still wearing that anyways. Okay, so time's a-wastin'. Let's do Necron proper. We'll do the lower part in a bit, but we're going to head up into the buildings themselves. So, let's see here. We have another one in here. Oh, I love Impaling Thrust. So helpful. The tracking is phenomenal. I thought one of these was a treasure chest. It might be a different room. Oh, it is this one. Okay. I remembered, but faintly. Ant skull plate. So we can get a big ol' ant skull like we saw earlier. That handle looks glued together with its own guts. It's kind of morbid. It's not as large as the ant door heads, but it's obviously reminiscent of it. Let's take a look at what it says. Huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers. Used without modification, just about, as a shield. Excels at repelling enemy attacks. Giant ants are venomous creatures granting a boost to immunity when wielding the shield. Now, if I remember correctly, there is a hardness system for shields and barrier shield and the different buffs you can put on shields. They all affect hardness, right? And hardness is on a scale of 1 through 5. Those are the levels. And I think medium shields have like 1, great shields have 2. This specific ant shield, I think, has 3. And I think barrier shield, as an Ash of War, can buff something by like a level of +1. I forget what has 4. It's like specific enemies. And then +5 is reserved only for like the crystal crabs in the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, if you remember those bad boys. Yeesh. I'll find someone to use it on, but after we get some of our health back. Okay, so we have a whole lot of these boys up here. Lots and lots of these boys. And they thankfully do a little chain reaction, which might save us some time. Like if I kill enough of them, I might as well get my flask back. So this area is not a legacy dungeon, so you do get your flasks back. Worthwhile. Oh, it's all these. That is probably the long way of doing it. Alright. If I cast it at a wall over here, I can get past it in there. Here we go. So using their own weapons against them. Interesting architecture. More of these teeming masses of bodies. They look like the helpers from Bloodborne. I wish I knew more of the lore of Bloodborne so I could draw some illusions, but I, alas, cannot. Never got around to beating that game 100%. The PlayStation 4 I was using at the time was requisitioned by the person who owned it, rightfully. So, okay. Yeah, and it's got a swordstress holding a chalice. Kind of like the Church of Vows has one of those statues. So some sort of connection between the people who built the Church of Vows and Noxtella. And probably Necron as well. The Eternal Cities, Celians, and the lower city of Lanedale. There is a connection there of some kind. And we'll be able to draw connections about that soon. Hopefully this episode, actually. It might be in an hour, but... And we can open up this treasure chest and get another Somber 7. Remember how... I say remember how. You may not have even noticed how level 7 plus 7 Somber was kind of a brick wall for us for a bit. We couldn't get past it. We had up to plus 6, but we just had no plus 7s. Just kind of what that reminded me of. Okay, I want to use 2 lances. Can I? Okay, yes, I can. Because I wanted to show off how mean... Okay, so we have sword monks here. Oh, sorry, they're just monks. Calling them sword monks seems silly because they use maces. But I just wanted to show off how aggressive the twin lance setup is. This crouch poke stumbles lots of things and can keep them at bay. It looks silly. It is not lore appropriate. Nobody should use 2 honkin' lances like this with the one hand. You can use a lance one-armed, sure. But it seems that that's a thing reserved for horseback combat. To my knowledge. Now, I'm not very well versed on that. I'm sure somebody out there has a well actually. And if you do, please leave it in the comments. I want to see it. What is that ball doing? It's going up the stairs. The Indiana Jones ball just realized he's been clocked in too long and needs to go home. Or is it patrolling? What on earth? I've never seen it go up and down. Normally it comes down and then follows you. But the nice thing about these silly lances is that they have enough stumble. You can kind of keep the ball just damaged and keep it inert, essentially. I got an item in that other room and I didn't read it. I am really bad about that, aren't I? Did I not? Did I forget to loot an item that was in that room back there? I think I did. Let me start clearing these. Well, not that one. I still want to see him get around too. He only got to fight some silver tears in the other episode, the Nomad. I think we made a terrible mistake here. Yep, there was a treasure chest in the middle. Oh my gosh. I'm so concerned with going fast, I'm gonna miss things. Okay, so they were guarding this area here, and they were locked behind an imp statue. I wish we know who made the imp statues necessarily, because they're all over the place. They seem to be a technology other people use to put barriers in the way of stuff. Which is weird because they have universal keys, so that doesn't seem like the best of ideas. Okay, Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, and if you'll notice, the difference between puppets and ashes, spirit ashes, is the color, actually. And the back plate is also a different color. So it makes me wonder if the DLC will add a third kind of some variety. Probably not, but it's open. Alright, an old puppet crafted in the Eternal City. I'd say a set of puppets. Used to summon the spirits of a Night Maiden and a Swordstress. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. Very unique, I would say. But yeah, this place also has a night sky of stars, much like Necron. So that is another tie-in between the 2 Eternal Cities. This seems like... is that blue or white? I can't tell. It looks slightly bluish to me. It may not be Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame tends to be white. Alright. Oh, there is a huge ball up there. You see that? Can I knock you down early? Oh, come on. Really? He's determined. Let's try to give him one of these. This isn't going to work. Nope, it arcs too much. Well, maybe. Oh, it's going to hurt me mostly. Okay, it's hurting the ball as well. So it's a trap. Night Maiden Mist took care of that. Good old war crimes. Doing work. Ooh, an orange item. Great Ghost Glovewort. And you may not have noticed, but the door closed behind the ball for a brief moment. And a larval tear. So it seems that that is a thing they drop. I think they have a guaranteed drop once. Yeah, so here's where we killed the other ball. And it too should have, there it is, a larval tear. A golden rune. Okay. So now we have our third Great Ghost Glovewort. Oh. We could get somebody past +6. We could get one Renown Ash to +10. But we don't have any regular Grave Glovewort +10s. That is not something we possess. Oh, Noble. And a Golden Centipede. So it seems that a Noble got all the way down here. I don't know how. We were only able to get here because we helped Ronnie, which meant that Radon had to die and we had to go through her portal. And we had to get her the Finger Slayer Blade. There was a lot going on there. Oh. A whole slew of these things. Oh, but it's doing its job well. As my frame rate absolutely suffers. How many of these are there? Oh, there's the ball. My goodness. If you wanted an easy mode for clearing lots of junk, Night Maiden's Mist is only 14 int. It doesn't really scale. If you charge it up, it hits a wider area. And there's like a talisman out there way later in the game that could make it last longer. That's it. So if you're looking for a little dip as a part of a different build, you could probably fit Night Maiden's Mist on there. Ooh. Let's hit him with the double charge. One of the few times it's useful. Somber Smith and Stone. Should probably put this sucker back on. And we'll put this on our back for silliness reasons. I feel like using a different weapon though. More teeming masses, more swordstress statues. Interesting architecture. I feel like Noxtella's architecture is a little different from Necron, but I couldn't tell you exactly how offhand, not without a reference. But if we look in there, we see another swordstress, as well as a 2 mimic tears. Let's bring a friend with us. Let's bring Dolores. I think this will be a great opportunity to show her off. So if you remember Dolores, she specifically was the reason that Seluvis and Gideon Offnir stopped being buddies. So they might just dodge every time. So if you see what she can do... Shucks. Oh no. This could easily be it. Dolores is really good at biding her time, though, it looks like. Strangely enough, this silver tear is reminiscent of patches in my eyes. Oh boy. Look at how agitating she's being. Look at how well we can control the fight when he's just trying to counter hit. Because normally he would probably win trades or what have you. And the tracking's pretty nice. There we go. Stillers was fairly helpful. There are probably worse summons, and there's probably better ones. So here we have another one of them trees that are... Sorry, I call it a tree. The symbol in the back vaguely looks like a tree. It's really not. I shouldn't have called it that. I don't want that idea in your head. So this is another one of them weird crypt chairs that we've seen in Celia, specifically the boss room of Celia, if you were curious where it was, as well as in the lower part of Noxtella, where we fought the Dragonkin soldier. And and there was one more of these at the end of Necron, where we got the Fingerslayer blade. And it seems that Noxtella and Necron want to instill in anyone who views it this sort of alien feeling, right? There are things you recognize, but it's still very different from anything you understand. There are symbols, sure, but the symbols seem to be designed in such a way as to evoke an alien feeling. Like, there's intelligence here, it was never meant for me to understand. It's nothing clearly discernible. It's that foreign to our own culture. And then there's this symbol, which there are YouTubers like Tarnished Archaeologist, who say that this symbol reminds them of a brachiopod, which is a little creature in the ocean that is very sensitive to light. In fact, dives really down deep when there is sunlight, and then comes closer to the surface, not the surface. And then the brachiopod will swim closer to the surface to enjoy the moonlight in the night sky, which, of course, that seems to be very reminiscent of the Nox people. They love the night, they love the stars, they do the sorceries, so a brachiopod symbolizes them quite well. And the reason why he says that is because of the shape. If you look at a brachiopod, they have all these little fin legs with the little cross hatches across the stems of them. Almost resembles leaves, if you didn't know what you were looking at. That's his theory. I don't have much thought on that. I think it's insightful. Brachiopod does seem like a good mascot for the Nox people, so I'm for it. And the Moon of Noxtella. We are taking it from them. For now. Let's take a look at this. This legendary talisman is a treasure of Noxtella, the Eternal City. Increases memory slots. This talisman represents the lost Black Moon. The Moon of Noxtella was the guide of countless stars. And if you look at the top of the Moon of Noxtella, there's the symbol of the cuckoo. I don't know if I noticed that before, actually. And it seems inlaid with a bunch of little blue gems, so obviously magic. Blue is the color of magic, after all. We all know that. But still, the fact that the symbol of the cuckoo is older than Liurnia, it seems. And perhaps they inherited that symbol of the cuckoo, which is funny because the symbol of the cuckoo is used amongst the soldiery that acts kind of like a mercenary group. They're not beholden to the Academy, though they do the Academy's bidding, and they fought for the Academy against the Carians when there was that civil war between Caria Manor and, well, the Academy, dividing Liurnia. So we get to the end of this area, and there is an elevator downward. And now we'll have an opportunity to explore the lower area, though we'll be kind of doing it from behind. So we have this upper cliff that we are on, and another golden seed, which I think we've capped out on flasks. I think 14 is our cap. I'll need to pay closer attention. Is there anything over here? There is an item over here. Okay. Trying to remember where the things be. Is this what I still want to be using? I kind of feel like switching to the Ruins Greatsword. I love this thing. Mostly for its Ash of War. As a Colossal Sword, it's short, unfortunately. I mean, it still has the crouch poke, so it's not bad. But the big bonks are fun. I think we have another 2 swordstresses. We'll come back for them. We have stuff to loot. Do a little bit of backpedaling. And then we fight, I think, a couple more monks that we saw earlier. So there's the great chair with the character in it. The large giant person. Proportional giant, unlike the trolls, which seem disproportionate to us. No, I think I need to kill the things up above, otherwise they'll just be shooting at me endlessly. That sounds about right. We have to kill the blobulons. Aw. So I guess you gotta be careful, because they'll turn around. Very reminiscent of the Phalanx boss from Demon's Souls. It was a bunch of fleshy blobs that had shields and spears on their faces. Okay, let's see if we can actually see them fight this time. Maybe the ant will get a nice start. Oh! Oh. The other one fell down to join. I gotta help the ant. This is probably a mistake. My goodness. Look at all these horrible lightning creatures. These dubious creatures. You know, if I was really smart, I would stick, Did I get rid of it? No, I did not. I can't have both. Okay. So if I have this sucker in my offhand, right? And I decide to kill some of these creatures. If you remember this curved sword, the serpent curved sword, heals you when you kill something. And of course the effect will multiply if you kill a bunch of things. So I guess I really didn't need it that badly, but just felt like showing it off. I was looking for my staff, that's right. And I think if we come over here, there's a bunch of serpents. Yeah, the snail serpents. And they're kind of meanies. We took care of a good amount of them. They drop serpent arrows in case you need to farm them, which you probably don't, because you can buy them infinitely from that one merchant in Dragon Barrow. Serpent arrows are still very good, though. Okay. So I think there is 2 sword monks here. Well, got the one. Yeah, so he can change his thing. Not just lengthen it, but he'll create little punching things. He'll create shields. He's very unique, actually, compared to the other two, in my opinion. He's got a really neat moveset. Maybe I should show it off for a moment. But he's got a Nox Flowing Hammer. He's got one of these bad boys. We don't know how to use it nearly as well as he does. By any means. Oh, that's how you want to play? We can do it right back. Nox Flowing Hammer's good for that exact reason. Okay. Now, let me see. Okay, so we do have another one of these. Funny how we're not in combat. Come on, ant. Give him the old grab. Did the ant not lose track of us? Well, they're not friends anymore, I'll tell you that much. I was really hoping we would get to see, because there's an animation that the ant can do where it can grab the swordstress. Maybe they'll run into each other over here. Oh. I think the ant's getting destroyed. Come on, do the grab, do the grab. Oh, nope, it wasn't enough. Yeah, that's right, come deal with us. Feels nice hitting them with their own weapon. Not specifically, but a weapon of their same kind. I've not used the curved sword version of the weapon very much, but I prefer the hammer in almost every way. Which is funny, because the hammers in this game aren't that good, but this thing's Ash of War is very helpful. It's got good range, and it combos into itself against other players. If you hit him with the first part, there's a good likelihood you'll hit him with the second part, provided that the internet isn't too shoddy. Alright, level 9 Ghost Glove Warrior. I made a couple more sleeping pots. I was really hoping to demonstrate them infighting better. Mostly the grab that they can do, but the swordstresses are just so much stronger than the ants. I mean, separating them and getting to infight is a good idea anyways for just getting past them. Okay. Shucks. Do the grab. I want to see it. Dang it. I was hoping. This too heavy? I should have known. Okay. By the way, if you want your Radon swords to hit harder, in a silly way... Oh, shucks. If you wield 2 of them, as in 2 pairs, so you have 4 swords total, your damage output will be a little higher. Because this is technically a paired weapon. On its own. But if you power stance a Radon sword with a Radon sword, which takes a New Game Plus or a soul... Actually, I don't think you can duplicate and get the same item twice now that I think on it. Still... pretty funny that that is a thing you can do. Alright. This is our last ant rider, unless we repeat the area. I don't want to die here. It'd be embarrassing. Yeah, come on, ant. I believed in you. There we go. Well, maybe I'll show it off another time. It's not that important, but it's just neat to know about as I just kill myself going over the edge. Oh boy. I should have seen that coming. Alright. We're really gonna go fast now. Can't pull up torrent here. Oh no. Can't pull up torrent here. I guess this is an opportunity to show it off again. If the sorceress kills the ant, then we'll just leave. She's merciless to her own creature. Well, and we're off. Off to cause some trouble. So, we didn't get to fight this swordstress earlier properly. And I'm thinking we don't need to. Just a little serpentine as a treat. Go get our money back, go check out that last little gazebo thing. The aggro system's a little interesting. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, I think that was it gearing up to bite. Get our money back. That was a good free aim, if I do say so myself. Not interested in fighting us, huh? Maybe I need to help the ant. Oh, it's too late. Bloodhound Step offers a degree of aggression that's just so mean on a light rapier. Oh. Get our Silver Tear Husk and our Celestial Dew. Yeah, if you need Silver Tear Husks, you can either find a place where it regrows on the ground or you can kill these bad boys. Okay. And there's a couple ants in the corner. They don't do anything. They're not guarding anything. They're just there. More Sword and Saint statues, though from what I recall, we tend to see them mostly on the edges of an Eternal City. So it makes me wonder if they had a greater significance to that culture than we yet realize. I still want to know what the connection is, but I don't think we'll have one other than speculation and archaeology to help us out on that one. They don't seem to be directly referenced in any meaningful way. Okay. So we have a Ghost Glovewort over here. I think that's it for this little area. There might be something over there. I'll take a quick look. Still, we have a lot of ground to cover. I never used another one of these. You stop relying on them so much. Someday I'll get to overlevel. Someday soon, I hope. Okay. Need to find a weapon to use. A reasonably fast one with good range. Yeah, why not? Lots of the Death Blight. Alright, Smith and Stones, Dead Noble Bodies. The works. And we have a baleful shadow.
O shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two fingers that Rani the Witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
So he burns our flesh a little bit when he attacks us. He's got a red flame going on somehow. Ooh. I don't know why I'm going for a parry. I've never been very good at the parrying on this guy. Ooh. Let's not do that. I want to get a parry off, but I'm really not practiced. You only fight this guy, like, well, this time. We'll give it a couple more tries. I don't know if we can parry that jumping one. I'm getting the parry wrong or something, or it's unparryable. There are ones that are probably unparryable on this guy. Oh boy. How embarrassing. He looks like Blythe though. He's got that red flame. Alright, let's run to him real fast. Me wasting time and resources when I'm supposed to be going quick. Give them a taste of their own medicine. In a sense. Ooh, I remember now. You have to parry him twice to get anything done. It's going back to me. Oh, gall. They're just so delayed. It feels like fighting Mog, honestly, but you can't parry Mog. Interesting how his heal heals him gradually. There we go. Getting my mojo back in me. Just a little bit. Ooh. And there goes the baleful shadow.
My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned. Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and E.G. I love them.
Discarded palace key. Okay. I think I've made a terrible mistake. Oh dear. I think I was supposed to sit down once. Oh, shucks. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, like a rot. Shucks. I think we missed some dialogue. Let me see if I can get it for you real fast.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins.
So it seems that the baleful shadow, there could be multiple of them. And they are used by the two fingers to try to coerce Ronnie. So the two fingers know Ronnie is still acting on the world, even though she is even though she slew her own flesh, so to speak.
I turned my back on the two fingers, and we have each been cursing the other since. The baleful shadow.
Okay, so that's all she has to say at this site, Grace. Let's see if she has some more to say at this Noxtella waterfall basin side of Grace. She does.
Even when I turned my back upon the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. Though he was created a vassal for an Empyrean, he was a colossal failure on the part of the two fingers, Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Should I add thee to the list? Another one, kind of heart. As kind of heart as they.
And she has yet more to say, given the icon that's by her prompt.
This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget.
So, despite how cool and calculating she can be, despite not having a body, it seems that her spirit is still subject to a little bit of human nature. She's still subject to talking a little too long when she probably shouldn't. Perhaps we have that effect on her. We have a calming, capable presence.
I've let forget what...
Alright, and that's all she has to say. Let's go back to the proper continuity. Welcome back to the proper continuity. I apologize for not sitting down at those sites of grace earlier, but hey, to you it'll be almost seamless. So here we find ourselves in the Lake of Rot. We've seen it once before, and now we are looking at it from a lower position. I believe the position we saw it from was over to the southeast somewhere, and it'll be easier to tell with the map. There we go. So, I believe... Ooh, it is a little more eastward. Yeah, so over there... And we can't see it amidst all this stuff in the way, but... that was definitely an option. Okay. So we are now going to cross the Lake of Rot, and I think we're going this way first. But first, let's put on an outfit that will boost our immunity a fair bit. How about the mushroom body? Yeah. To those enraptured by Scarlet Rot, they are holy vestments that root one to the earth. Gross. But they have a lot of immunity. Perfect. Let's wear the whole thing, why not? And then we can take a bite of our immunizing cured meat, and we are wearing our mottled necklace to give us even more, and we have a shield on currently that buffs it. And we have many preserving boluses, so now we can make the run. And this place is awful. This rot hurts a lot extra. Look how long that meter is, though. So we can run across this place and use up fewer boluses. And that's just what we'll do. Goodness, not swapping your gear makes a world of difference. The bar's like twice as long with this complete set on. I think it's one of the better sets. I don't know if it's the best. But it does seem to be one of the better ones. For our purposes. And for some reason, basilisks can chill here. And they do just fine. And we can continue. There's more of these piles of bones and rot, very reminiscent of Kaled. Kaled has made a comeback. For some reason, there's a single ancestor follower out there. We will be taking care of him. He has a unique drop that we want. But, there's an area a little bit that I'll point out in the Lake of Rot. They used to have way more, or used to have their own version of the ancestor follower unit. And, he specifically, or they used to be covered in rot. They had a different texture on them. There we go. So hopefully that'll alert him in our general direction. Get a golden rune on. Might eat another immunizing cured meat when he works his way over here. He is taking his sweet time, isn't he? We're gonna have to swap to the dwelling arrow, aren't we? Yeah, that should get him mad enough. I want him closer, because I don't want to go out too far into the rot to loot the stuff. Come on, buddy. A little faster now. Excuse me? That's my cheap trick. Oh, he got me. Wearing the poise talisman, there's nothing to multiply. Okay. That's... So he dropped the immunizing horn charm, and he dropped some more dwelling arrows for us. Very nice. So I believe if we look at our current status immunity, we are at 544 currently. If we put on the proper charm, this immunizing +1, the 544 goes to a 624, so the meter is even longer. I think if we eat this, 724. There we go. That is very tasty. Very recommended. Okay. Let's get to it. So, wasn't paying close enough attention. Got hurt by the scarlet rot a little bit. We don't need the butterflies. There we go. We have a platform we can hit, and there's a boss over here to fight. I think we'll be able to take him out in passing. He shouldn't be too rough. I hope. I will need to get over here, though. Okay. So we have some preparations to do to make this as seamless as possible. Yeah, put that on for now so that we can get the damage bonus. And I'd like some armor, but maybe I should just stick with the... Yeah, okay. So basically our goal is summon this boy here. And then we are going to eat our physic for the plus 10 strength. We're going to eat a flesh. There we go. And we're going to give him what for. Come on. And thankfully Dung Eater there is doing a wonderful job. Oh, we kind of trivialized the boss a little bit. Thanks, Dung Eater. You did exactly as you were meant to. Oh, it's nice when I don't have to change my whole kit to make this work. Can we wear both of these? We can, and we get the Dragon Scale Blade. Let's take a look at that. Weapon made by sharpening gravel stone scale, thought to be the source of an ancient dragon immortality into an unclouded blade. Alas, the dragon kin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit pale imitations of their skyborn kin. And the Dragon Scale Blade has Ice Lightning Sword, which is like the Lightning Strike Ash of War, but it adds Ice Lightning to the weapon. It's an okay dex weapon. It doesn't have bleed, even though it is a katana, so if you were counting on getting both of those, you're out of luck. Okay, need another one of these bad boys. Put this bad boy on. Give us that crazy long meter. What is it at now? It's at 786. I feel like there's diminishing returns when using the two charms together, but I digress. We were able to kill the boss relatively quickly, the field boss, which was kind of laughable. Honestly, strength builds and dex builds like you use great bows have a wonderful tool for when they need to quickly kill enemies, as long as you have golem arrows. The Radon arrows can do well enough if the enemy's large enough, but the golem arrows turn near misses into hits, so I might need to make a couple more of these boluses. But we don't have too much of the Lake of Rot left. The Rake of Lot. I can't speak. I feel like I've been better about saying that phrase over and over. But it still happens. I need to slow myself down, but not too much. We have things to do. And when we get over here, there's an endpoint I want to get to. And you know what? We're just gonna run it. Perfect. Basilisks don't have a regular attack in this game that I remember. I think I possibly talked about this before. Ugh. The Lake Rot is so gross. These things are in a circle just about. Funny to me that we're just kind of ignoring them. The rot is way worse a thing to deal with than the death blight currently. Kind of laughable, really. And we get a somber 6. Okay. Making good progress. Very good progress. It's all thanks to this outfit. It's doing all the heavy lifting. It's doing a lot of it, at least. Feel like using... Oh, shucks, there's another thing that needs to be hit before this is useful. I got ahead of myself. That's okay, we'll go down. So, largest version of the Dynast Prophet we've ever seen. There's a little ruin over there. And that is our goal, the large Dynast Prophet. Gonna head over there, and then we'll be able to retrace our steps and handle the other part of the zone. Which isn't a whole lot, but it is there. If you're curious about the lore of this place, and I probably should be talking about that. We've done a little bit of characterization and stuff like that, but not really lore and history. The Lake of Rot is mentioned in its map description. It's coming back to me now. Where's its map description? Is it key items? It is. Okay. A great lake of standing water downstream of the Ainsel River. It is said that the divine essence of an outer god is sealed away in this land. And let's get to the site of grace, because we have a little more we could talk about in regards to that. That the essence of an outer god was sealed away. So I think if we read... There is a talisman. Possibly 2 talismans. Okay, so the curved sword talisman. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponents to strike as to leave them vulnerable to well-timed reply. That one's important because that's who it's talking about. Let's see. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue, an ancient heirloom of some sort. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Also blind swordsman, there. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. So, that's neat and interesting. Prosthesis wearer heirloom. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. And it seems that this character might be referring to is Melina and her, or not Melina, Melania. Because she was accursed of rot, right? Or she still is wherever she's at. I think we can get a little more lore out of them. The blue cowl is a set that's like, the blue color of this fabric symbolizes brisk waters as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Flowing sword symbolism again. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, warriors must remain ever drifting. So moving waters are pure waters, and it seems that the force of the rivers, or this river, the Ainsel River, pouring this direction is keeping the rot at bay. It's not going up the river because the rivers are pushing down into it. So, thing to be aware of. Kind of neat. There's a little story there. A character with no name, but we know is the blind swordsman. Okay, let's make 2 more of those. And as for the boluses, we can make a handful more. Okay. Some more rot-bound adventures. There's more of these pillars here. Let me look at them while the screen is shaking horribly. But we've looked at these before. They existed in the Seofra River well. Seems to be some sort of culture showing up on boats there. Some sort of culture, perhaps worshipping trees, or just agriculture. Some sort of culture that had those pots, those jugs, again, if I'm looking at that correctly. And, yeah. So, a little bit of the dynast culture. Maybe they're prophesizing of the coming of the Erd tree, just like the dynast prophet it was in his big old thing. His big old statue that he gets all over the place. Because he's super cool and important and we like him. I don't even remember if all these items are worth it, but I'm grabbing them just in case. Okay, black key bolt, which is the rot bolt if I'm not mistaken. Which, of course, those bolts do rot. They've been soaking in it. Somber 7. Feel a little bad for the nobles that got out here just to die in the rot. What an awful way to go. Hopefully the death was relatively quick, given how concentrated the rot is here. But it's interesting to know that rot didn't come necessarily from Melania, that there was a source of it here already. And it seems that that blind swordsman may have helped her contain her rot to some degree. Though how far that goes, it's real impossible to say. Okay, so I think we just lifted the rest of that. So we should go up there. Shucks. Yeah, this is another way to get to the boss fight over there that we dealt with. So, it feels like there's 2 circuits you take in this area. Wait. What is this lift? Oh, come on. Okay, it lifts the last portion. Okay, so you want all 3. I remember now. Yeah, we'll go. We'll go straight to it. I just hate running in all this rot when I have limited material. If you have the cast, that's also useful. The boluses are more expensive, but they're faster. And the casting is, of course, reusable so long as you have mana. And the cast doesn't take much. I think it takes... It's somewhere between 12 and 15 faith. It's not a whole lot. It's a pretty minor investment. There's a lot of builds that really benefit from having anywhere between 12 and 18 faith, even if that's not your primary damage stat by any means. Lots of weapons that have a faith requirement but are actually dex or strength or what have you. There's at least 2 great spears that have that funky requirement for some reason. Oh dear, are we just bullying him? It appears so. We'll put him out of his misery. But he drops the Alabaster Lord Sword. So we have the Onyx Lord Sword and the Alabaster Lord Sword now. So if we take a look at this, it says, Great sword forged from my blue-white meteoric ore. The blade conceals gravity-manipulating magic. A weapon unique to the Alabaster Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And it is a strength weapon with an int requirement, I recall. I don't know how equal the scaling is when you get later. Actually... yeah, I think it's a strength int weapon. Just like the Onyx Lord's Greatsword, though. It's a curved greatsword. So this one has a repulsion where it pushes stuff. This one has a better pull that's like a stronger gravitas. And we get a level 9 Smithing Stone. Somber. So that's a tasty piece of candy. Okay, we're almost done with the Lake of Rot. Real neat. We just have the Grand Cloister. We have to go grab an item over there. And then we will be good to go. Eat another one of these, because when you stack as many items as possible, you save on preserving boluses, so I think it's worth switching your outfit. If you're doing co-op, that's kind of hard, because this outfit is not defensive. You could probably find another outfit that gives you some defense. as I just fall off and don't use the outer edge very well at all. Classic me. Okay. Gonna cross this little area here. Find one whole preserving bolus and we're going to immediately eat it. Lack of self-control and all that, I'm sure you understand. When you're first raising the platforms, if you don't want to run across and along that wall, you can run along the little pillars, the bases of the pillars. Some of them have enough of a platform you can stand on, and you can kind of wait for the meter to tick down a little bit if you're really struggling to get across it. The Lake of Rot hurts bad enough. It's hard to heal through it all the way and just be poisoned and run it. It's just too big. All right, Nomadic Warrior Cookbook 22. These numbers are getting ridiculous. A record of crafting techniques left by roaming nomad warriors. Lets us make the rot pot, fantastic rot grease, and drawstring rot grease. So I can make a bunch of those. Well, some. I like drawstring rot grease. I feel like it's a very good thing to have on physical builds. Because rot just hits hard. Oh, and the Ronnie doll, the chilliness is gone, feeling now like an empty husk, so she did leave it after she thanked us and told us to tell E.G. and Blythe she loved them. And then there's the discarded palace key. A key discarded by Lunar Princess Ronnie along her very flesh. Opens a treasure chest passed down to Carrion princesses. It is said to be found in the Grand Library of Rhea Lucaria with her mother Renala. I love how it said it is said. We've seen that treasure chest before. There's a good likelihood anyone who gets to this point in this game has also fought and defeated Renala and seen the treasure chest they just could not open. Way back then. That's the one we need to get to. Actually, we can just teleport to the Grand Cloister. We don't need to hoof it down the stairs. Okay. Now we can switch our kit back. And that's the fun part, is remembering where on earth I left the kit. I vaguely remember what we had on. There we go. And now if we want to, we can go back to fighting things. As we are wont to do. Okay, but that is a good charm. I will need to put it in place of something. I don't know, I feel like it doesn't have too many uses. We'll leave it there for now, even though it messes with the composition of my inventory a bit. Maybe we'll put that on. Okay. Trying to decide what to use. Use this silly getup for now. Alright. So we get down to the Grand Cloister, and it's still covered in rot. It is in shabby condition, to say the least. I feel like I'm going to want a different... I feel like I'm going to use Dung Eater again, actually. He's just tanky. He's a good summon. He also lowers the health of whatever you're fighting, and you can take a hit. There might have been an item above, but I don't think it's that worthwhile. It's not like, it's just a little consumable or something. Oh. Ooh. We are going to have... We could summon a friend down here, actually. Oh, I should probably summon Dung Eater here and summon somebody else elsewhere. He'll be very helpful for what I aim to do. Oh, got rotted. That's a thing to be aware of here. Okay. I don't know why that cracks me up. Okay, I don't think he gets rotted necessarily. Really? I have to get closer? I don't like that at all. Alright, Geronimo. I don't know how Dung Eater got behind me again. That was some Scooby-Doo nonsense. Ugh. Still got me. Oh, good. This will give me just enough time. Oh, shucks. I was supposed to switch this, but I did a horrible job. I didn't sap too many resources. Could have been better. And it gives us a golden seed. Not really worthwhile. I kind of want those flasks. Actually, restored a good amount of them. Right back at 14. Wowza. That's going to come in handy. Alright, we still have things to kill here, Mr. Dung Eater. So let's get to it. Oh, the critical damage on a split damage weapon is amazing. If we heal up, we should be fine, because I think we'll have enough enemies that they'll heal us again. Should probably play a little less recklessly. Yeah, get him! Try to get a backstab. He doesn't do the most damage, but he sure can take a beating when he means to. That not restore our flasks? Oh, shucks. Alright, we'll grab this item and then we'll probably run back to the Grace real fast. And by run back, I mean teleport, and then we'll just run straight to the next part. That's how it's gonna go. Scorpion Stinger. Let's take a look at that. Dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot. A ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. So, interesting that it has a wolf head, and then a scorpion stinger. Who made this? Who was worshipping... I mean, of course the rock creatures here were worshipping him, but they're kind of born to do that. That's expected of them. They don't know any better. So what cultures placed that there? They used a Necron box, it looked like, or a Noxtella box. I mean, that's a relatively nearby thing, so maybe it floated down the river and they just decided to use it. Because even though Noxtella, Necron, the Eternal Cities seem to be based by ruins, not always. I feel like I want to switch this guy out. Red Midnight Ogha, that sounds like a good idea. This one I'll switch out for Non-soldier ashes. That's a good one. They'll work well together. So I want to get through this area, and a distraction would help. Guess I might be able to sneak by these fellows. Nope. Oh, what a mistake. Of course they can shoot past that. It's like the one delayed attack they have and I fall for it. He's the one. Okay, that should be enough that I can get by. So yeah, they're all worshipping there. There's some faded Erdleaf flowers, and then there's a casket. And true to Soul's fashion, we're gonna get into the stone sarcophagus without a second thought. No reason to wait. Tally ho. We're going to somehow slide it over us from beneath. And I guess we rock it until it pitches forward. That'd be difficult, especially since we went in feet first. I don't think we had enough maneuverability to move around and rock it properly. But maybe it knows to move once the lid's on. Maybe it's more high-tech a device than we understand. Yeah, it lands, we get the lid off, and here we are. I think it's funny how these little moments get a cutscene. I mean, Elden Ring has more cutscenes, I feel like, than any other Souls game. Besides, like, I don't know, Sekiro might be in the running. I didn't play it. I should. I will, at some point. Someday. There's just a lot on my plate. I'm doing a Lorethrough for you. You ask so much of me. Okay. So I think our ticket to this boss will be Redmane Knight Ogha. And I'm trying to decide on a decent enough kit to use. Okay, that seems like a good pick. And then, as much as I love that, I think I'm gonna get this start. No. I think it's gonna be Lion Grapo, honestly. Okay. Ooh, what a mistake. Let's get into it. Whew. Oh, it's teleporting. Where's Redmane? Redmane, get over here. I need your help. Oh. As I'm just getting pummeled here. Oh, I should have summoned him farther in. What a mistake. Changing plans, switching gears. That is too much. That's better. Come on. There we go. That's tasty damage. Whew. Redmane Knight and Ogha is not doing their job. Kind of disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Oh, shucks, there's the grab attack. That didn't do so bad. I think it's because I was at full health. Ah, shucks. Such an awkward boss to fight. Ooh, it tried to go for a grab. If I recall, that grab will kill me. No matter how cool I think I am. I need to stop doing that. Ouch. Come on, let me wield my weapon. Oh boy. There we go. That was a close one. Look how you're fired. Absolutely worthless. So I guess if you're gonna bring an Ogha, summon her near the middle of the arena when you have a moment. But we got a remembrance. That's how notable that boss was. Here it is. Remembrance of Astel, natural born of the void, which is where we got that wing. Hewn into the Erd Tree, the power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. A malformed star born in the lightless void far away. Once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky. A falling star of ill omen. Very interesting. We've yet to see an eternal city without a night sky, so that must mean there's at least one more in the game. And we see that we cannot leave this place. There is a seal in the way. And it looks like the Carrion Sword Seal. And it's got a staff as well. Well, that just means we need to go say howdy do to Renala really fast and open up that treasure chest. And we should probably look at what we get from Astel of the Void anyways, as well. His remembrance. Dark Moon Ring. Let's take a look. Ring depicting a leaden full moon, symbolic of a cold oath. The ring is supposed to be given by Lunar Princess Rani to her consort, and we just stole it. To be fair, she gave us the ring when she departed from us after the baleful shadow. Rani is an Empyrean, meaning her consort would by rights earn the title of Lord. A warning is engraved within. Whoever thou mayest be, take not the ring from this place. The solitude beyond the night is better mine alone. So she left a warning. Whether it was for us or someone else, hard to say. Also funny, it's an Erd Tree box. That's just the model for the chest, I take it, that they had. Kind of funny, though. It was passed down from Carrion Princess to Carrion Princess, though. It said that in the description, so kind of weird. We grabbed the grace down there, right? Okay, good. I was worried for a second. Alright, let's see if... I don't think Enya will have anything to say necessarily, but we can look at the items. Okay, so we can get the Bastard Stars, which is a flail which deals magic damage, having been imbued with power by the remembrance of Astel, formed of the same many-colored star debris that comprised the form of the natural born of the void. So it's a flail. It is a dexterity scaling flail, or it's mostly an int flail with an it is an int flail with a dexterity requirement. Its Ashivor is that swipe that Astel did through the air that left a bunch of exploding stars behind. It does that. Kind of like the Nox Flowing Hammer, it's a great tool to hit through walls. And then there's Ash of War Waves of Darkness. This is my pick. I'll probably duplicate this sucker to show off both at some point, though. So I like Waves of Darkness. In fact, I'm probably going to stick that on a weapon now, and then we're going to quickly resume the quest line. So Ashes of War, we're going to stick it on a biggin. How about the Heavy Greatsword? Waves of Darkness. I feel like it'll hit harder if we make it magic scaling. I think we'll do cold, though, so it has int and strength. Uses both. That could be a mistake. Oh well. We'll find out in time. Astel, Natural Born of the Void. This episode is gonna be long. That's okay. Put some items away I don't plan to use. That's a good start. Since it's Ronnie's questline, we're of course getting magical weapons I want to show off at some point in the future. I don't even know what to make it for now. Okay. Let's get up there. So it looks like, strangely enough, there's another one of these elevators associated with the Nox at the end of this nice pool of water. Which is kind of interesting that this pool of water isn't rotted beyond belief, despite it being lower than the Grand Cloister. Or at least it seemed we dropped when we went in the casket. It should be rotten, but maybe Astel used his funky gravity and warping powers to funnel the stuff off somewhere else. And now we are finally on this plateau, which is its own little zone. There are 4 items of interest, I would say, on this particular plateau. And I will try to get to them quickly. Yeah, so here's the main course, and we're going to save that for last. But we are going to get on our horsey and get a-going. So there are dragons here, and they are easily upset, but we're running past them, and they're kind of like the bad, dumb, stupid dragons from Dragon Barrow, where they're like lesser dragons. They fly a little bit, and they do breathe their magic because they're glintstone dragons, hanging out around all those glintstone nodes. There are tons of moonbeams here. It seems that this zone is quite different. Maybe they want to give off the appearance that it's much higher in the air than it actually is. Because the ancient astrologers, if you recall, liked to be up high to see stuff of import. So the first thing of import I would say is over here, in my opinion. This will be a fun little challenge for us. Ringleader's Everjail. Who's the ringleader? I wonder. Can't bring a summon. I was just thinking forward to the future. And they have the black flame. And they do the grab. Oh, they just move so much. Ooh, it burns for a while. That's not great. Can I still have my tasty dagger? That's not too heavy. Okay, good. Come on. Voice break, darn you. Kinda have to sprint away from that one. That's what I was looking for. Still hurt. I don't know how I dodged that. That is so much health. Goodness. It burns so much, do you see that? I don't even know if these are good weapons against her. I was just hoping to have a high poise damage weapon. Oh, well, gotta capitalize on that. There we go. Not so bad. Black Knife Tiche. There's no way I'm going to read the description in time, but it is a legendary Ash of War, and Black Knife Tiche is arguably the best Ash of War, besides you customizing your Mimic tier. Because she uses that Black Flame ability, or that Red Flame ability, rather, that chunks your enemy's max HP. Legendary Ashen Remains, used to summon the spirit of Black Knife Tiche. We fought Ringleader Electo just barely. Ringleader Electo dropped the ashes of Black Knife Tiche. Tiche was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black knife with the Rune of Death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader Electo, who we just killed, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So, kind of an interesting lore tidbit there. I think it's interesting. It makes me wonder why they're here in the Ringleader's Ever Jail. It was named after them, as far as we're aware. The Ringleader Electo. Why would they be up here on the plateau? Well, Ranni somehow kept her evil plot against Godwyn a secret. Nobody knew it was her until we got important clues to Rogier, and he divined that for us. So it makes me wonder if Ranni is the one who put Electo in there to keep her from blabbermouthing. Well, that didn't work. Oh boy. Come on. How hard can your posture be to break? Maybe magic's a bad choice here. God. I don't want to die here. Rude. Have to strafe pretty hard against that. Come on. Not the best move choice for that one. Oh, shucks. Oh, boy. Shouldn't have died to something like that, but I tried to break its posture and it wouldn't break. I'm trying to remember. I'm starting to think, I don't know if I've ever broken its posture. Maybe too agitating to try to hit that much. But let's get down there again. Which sucks because we were almost to the Site of Grace. So, magic, not our chief option there. Shouldn't be anyways. I need something quick that hits hard. This might be what we're looking for. Hopefully it's not too slow, but we'll find out. The dragon can stay mad. I'm leaving. Just like how we're going to avoid these Crystallians. Dragon sure is loud, though. I guess it's allowed to be. There we go. Falling Star Beastjaw. When in doubt. Now, where's my money? There's a trio of gazebos up here, which is curious. I don't think we've deep and sell well. We haven't identified any ruins just yet. But these gazebos kind of look like the ones that are... They kind of look like mini wizard towers, given their strange gear-like patterns in the middle of them, where the elevators in some of these towers tend to be. And there's this figure who we saw in a couple of the gazebos on the river, or the Liurnia river floor. We saw a handful of these. Lots of smithing stones, so worth killing that monster. I guess you could run and grab these and leave, but... Doesn't feel very sporting now, does it? Okay. So let's hope this doesn't bug out on me, because it has a high likelihood of doing just that. Ooh, that's quite the fall. It is a heavy load. Have to switch up our kit a little. That's okay with me. But we get down here, and there's another wizard tower, and a site of grace. So we have a means of a checkpoint, which is nice. Let's see what the puzzle is here. Where's the entrance? Here's the entrance. Here's the imp. Seek 3 great wise beasts. So what's a great wise beast? Well, it's a large turtle, of course. There's the first one. Goodbye. The second one is unreasonably far away. And the third one is as well, so don't worry. I'm tempted to speed up this part. Maybe I will, unless I think of something to say. Okay, so it appears it's not broken. This is the guy who's usually missing if it's broken. Where he'll either not spawn or he'll already be dead. Alright, let's get to the next one, which is off in the direction of the Everjail. And there he is, just floating up there in the sky like a rascal. To be expected, though. But if you jump in the wind tunnel, or the spirit spring at the right time, you can actually bump him with torrent, and that is a successful way to take care of him. We'll jump another time or two. See if we can get it. There it is. And now the seal on the rise has opened. And we'll teleport down. I don't like teleporting between the turtles in case it bugs something out. But the seal on the rise has opened. Now we can go in and see what's... So this is Chelona's rise. Chelona. Couldn't tell ya which one it is. I also don't know who that character is. Kind of like Rena. We don't really know who Rena is. We don't know who Lene is. There's another one that starts with an O. Just nameless, or sorry, just wizards who simply have names and no other purpose that is easily discerned. And here we find Ronnie's Dark Moon. So we could get Renala's Moon sorcery from her specifically, or her remembrance rather. But here's the Dark Moon. Legendary sorceress symbolic of the Carrion Queen. And this one takes 2 points less int, I believe, than her mother's. Uses the caster as a vessel to incarnate a cold dark moon, then sends it floating towards foes. More like flying at foes. It goes pretty fast once it gets speed. The dark moon dispels all sorcery that touches it and temporarily reduces magic damage negation for those it strikes. So along its path, it'll negate spells, which is kind of neat. It also makes enemies more vulnerable to subsequent spells. So it's a great piece of your repertoire for PvE. PvP, it's hard to hit somebody. If you do hit them, though, it'll chunk them. They kind of have to be very distracted. It's also very easy to spell parry. You just have to parry earlier than you think, and usually it works. Because it's a momentum spell. It goes far faster the longer it's in the air. This moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother, Renala, when she beheld... what she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. So, in her youth, Renala met her own moon, and that was kind of a source of inspiration for her. And then Ranni met a dark moon, whatever that means. Okay, what are we going to use for our kit? I feel like I haven't bothered to ever use 2 greatswords. Probably for good reason, but why not? We'll do it here. Who knows? It might be fun. Lunar Estate Ruins. So if this is the Lunar Estate, and this is an area only really accessible by Carrions, perhaps, and I'm just speaking aloud here, perhaps this is where the Carrions resided before Renala set them up as royals. Perhaps they were still nobles of a sort, but maybe they lived up here. Maybe they had buildings. Maybe they had a whole little clan. Oh boy, I hate this thing. Well. Oh no. I don't have any of my boys on me like I was hoping for. Oh no. Dang it. That's what I was trying to show off, is Finger Maiden Theralina can heal the revenants away. Stake America, where's that? Should have summoned her beforehand, but I didn't think of it till I saw it. Oh, shucks. So our stuff will be just over there. Alright, we'll try that again. Personally, I'm not a fan of the Twin Greatsword moveset. Some people like it. I guess if I attack early, it doesn't make much of a difference, but the backstep's kind of cool. That heal isn't as strong as I would hope. She just uses heals. That's what she's good for. You know, I always wanted to do a cosplay build and run through the base game pretending to be a Finger Maiden. Just use support spells and heals. But every time it happens, I end up turning into this strange combat version of a Finger Maiden. He's usually running like bull goats under the dress and still using a myriad of holy weapons. It's just, it's hard to stay back, you know? Especially since people don't expect you to be an ultra-aggressive finger maiden. Just given the outfit. They expect you to be casting, not getting in the fray like that. Anyway, we just found the large cerulean amber medallion, which gives you bonus mana. Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. So, kind of signifies that Lord Godfrey was around when the Erdtree was dropping sap in the Age of Plenty at the tail end of the Age of the Crucible. Some people consider them the same age. I think they're kind of classifications for what you're focusing on. Oh, it ran into the heel, and so Theralina just nuked it. Good job, Theralina. I know you're trying. Yeah, I'm not doing the greatsword thing anymore. Not the double. Doesn't hit hard enough for how slow it is. It's probably okay in PvP. Situationally okay in PvP, I should probably say. Okay, I think that's it. Just the talisman as well as the items there. So now we can work our way up to the main course. Almost went underneath to the village of the Albinaurics. That would have been a mistake. I should probably... Okay, so we've seen Theralina. We've seen all of them. I never upgraded those two. Or the Clayman. Let's bring Dung Eater. Or... You know, Latenna's actually a really good option for dragons. If you can keep her out of the way enough. She'll just mince dragons. Where is she? I must have missed her. There she is. I get her little icon mixed up with Perfumer Trisha for some reason. Which doesn't make sense. They're not that, like, shaped. There is a rune arc. There's an item up there I missed because I was going too fast. The traps here can destroy the rubble and turn them into pieces of styrofoam I can push about willy-nilly. Which is a little funny. Magic grease. Should probably decide what to use against a certain enemy that's coming up. Sounded like he was whispering. I could be imagining it. But this ruin, which I can't look at the name of because we are in combat. Somber Smith and Aid. Okay, I should choose new weapons. I don't know exactly. I don't know what to use exactly for this one. Nothing expressly comes to mind. Probably start with this. And then I'll figure it out from there. That's fine by me. I don't remember if Lieutenant does magic damage. She might. She might just. So in case she just... I think I can buff myself in Lieutenant by doing this. I meant to use one of these bad boys. Oh, casting a spell. Ooh. Oof. I did get the dragon poisons. Neat. Come on, get me over there. Alright, that was a pretty good kill of Dragon, Glintstone Dragon Adula. Revenge for her running away when we first got to Ronnie's Rise. Dragonheart and Adula's Moonblade, and I think she has her own Glintstone Breath you can also get from the Dragon Communion Altar. So let's look at her unique sorcery. I might use it at some point, because I think it's okay. It's probably expensive compared to carrying Greatsword, but Sorcery of Adula, the Glintstone Dragon, conjures a cold magic greatsword, then delivers a sweeping blow that launches a blade-like projectile of frost. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly. Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Ronnie and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon. So Adula recognizes the dark moon as an entity. It almost makes it sound like one of the outer gods, you know, the dark moon. And is the dark moon different from Bernalda's moon, or are they representations of the same thing? So, let's see. Moonfolk ruins, Lunar State ruins, and the Cathedral of Manus Celeste, which is a very interesting phrase. I'm trying to remember what Celeste is referring to. I think it's holy or light. But the Cathedral of Manus Celeste is a very interesting thing, because I think Manus refers to hand, roughly in Latin. It's like a broken Latin, if I recall. And so it's the holy hand, or the divine hand, or the light hand, or something like that. I think holy hand is a little more accurate. So it's the Church of the Holy Hand, and it's a little more intact than many of the other churches we've seen. It's a grand building. It's a little bit like the Church of Vows, but nicer. Almost like the Church of Vows was patterned after it. It's a shoddier version of it. It's got these octagon-shaped kind of pillars here that look like they're made out of a very nice brick. Actually, it looks like they were poured, honestly, not brickwork. And I think that's what sets those two churches apart. Specifically this one, even from the Church of Vows, is that they seem to be of a much older kind. I wish I remembered the archaeology, the architectural side of things. There's a hole over here we'll be going down soon. I'm just trying to recall that information. I think I have it in my notes, so maybe not. I do not think I have it in my notes outright. That's okay, though. So let's see if I can recall things. So why would there be a Church of the Hand up here? A Church of the Holy Hand, right? And it seems to be a Church of a Hand, not the fingers, right? Well, we've heard of the two fingers, and we've heard of the fingers, plural. And we've seen many bodies of the two fingers. So it leads me to wonder, what if at one point the hand was conjoined? The fingers we have not met, and the two fingers that we've seen a couple of, and one even living, right? What if at one point they were one conjoined hand? Because the two fingers we've seen are the bottom two fingers of a hand if you look at them closely, right? They're not missing, they're missing the middle index and thumb of a hand. So what if there was a cult or a religion that worshipped the holy hand, the whole thing, and there was some sort of schism that divided it, right? And the church seems grand and important enough to leave a mark that they seem to have patterned the Church of Vows after it. And I say that because it looks like in the Church of Vows they have many of the same arched windows, but they're always boarded up with brick as if they didn't know how to make them exactly right, like it's an imitation. They also have brickwork as opposed to nice poured concrete. I think this is a little bit of a historical phenomenon in ancient Rome where there was an era of Rome that could pour concrete, and then a later era, like the Byzantine or something, I could be getting this wrong, that couldn't pour concrete like they could, and there was actually a technology they had lost. But we might have to come back to this point and talk a little more on it. But still, Holy Hand Church, kind of interesting. And here we have a mysterious hole in the ground. And something weird has happened here. Something odd indeed. And the pit goes lower. She kind of keeps going. There's these roots. Could be roots of the great tree reaching all the way out here. Kind of impressive. And there's another set of 2 fingers. And they're crooked and bent as if... almost like they're facing the wrong way, but I think that just shows how broken they are. And it's got this huge gash. It's got that curved mark in the back of it with all the legs coming out of it, like we saw in the back of Godwin when he was slain. And to be fair, we gave her the finger Slayer Blade because it's meant for killing, well, the vassals of the Greater Will. So did she do this in this form? The fact that there's another set of 2 fingers we could have met and we got them killed by helping out Ronnie is kind of interesting. But here she is as a puppet, and she's missing her robe. She's just mostly ropes. It's really evident she's a puppet here. It seems that the most attention was really given to her forearms, hands, and face. Or maybe the fight with the 2 fingers left her in this sad state. Kind of gross that the flesh is molded in such a way to kind of give her a chair. Very odd. But we go up to her and we have the prompt to put on the ring. The wedding ring that we found. That has been, well, let's read its description one more time before we part with it. I think that's fair. Ring depicting a leaden full moon, symbolic of a cold oath. The ring is supposed to be given by the lunar princess Rani to her consort, but we can give it back to her, it seems. Rani is an Empyrean, meaning her consort would, by rights, earn the title of Lord Empyrean, meaning she was a candidate to replace Queen Marika, if you remember her dialogue. And she slew her own flesh so she wouldn't be restricted down that path. A warning is engraved within, whoever thou mayest be, take not the ring from this place. The solitude beyond the night is better mine alone. So that's engraved in the ring. It's not just a note that was with it. Kind of interesting. So let's give it to her. It's kind of sweet, if not entirely morbid at the same time. No, I couldn't think of a better time to propose, I'm sorry. Beats proposing at a baseball game. I'll say that much. Yeah, it probably wasn't in good taste to approach her while she was naked and put a ring on her hand. That's a creepy thing. Especially since we tried to give her a roofie earlier. And she called us a stank breath and killed us. Rightfully, she was in her right to do that, by the way. But we don't seem much like a charmer. Not in any sense. Let's see what she has to say to us. But she's actually standing here. She's on her tiptoes by the looks of it. Her little ropey feet that are kind of in the shape of nothing because she's a marionette. But yeah, even if she was standing flat, she'd be a little shorter than us. Even like this on her tiptoes, she's still shorter than us. That hat does a lot for her height.
So it was thee who would become my lord. Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however. Thou art a fitting choice. I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall find mine order. I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other once more.
So she goes off and she says that she will see us once more when essentially all is said and done. And with that, we have unlocked her ending. We get a choice of ending when we get to that point, and there's an item left here. And it's a white large item, but when we pick it up, it's the legendary Dark Moon Greatsword, which means if you wanted the Moonlight Greatsword that's been in almost every Souls game, or sorry, in almost every FromSoft game for a long, long time, and you wanted to rush this thing like I did on my first playthrough, you're in for a world of hurt. Interestingly enough, the grip and cross guard almost looks like it's made out of dragon, like a doula or something. It's even got the little bit of feathers and fringe on it. And it looks like a big ice formation, actually. It's kind of frozen. Takes 38 int, 16 strength. It's an intelligence weapon through and through. You'll get very little from dex and strength. But it's got a unique heavy attack that's this weird swipe. It has the overhead pattern. And its Ash of War actually buffs it so that the heavy shoots a moonbeam. Which is kind of neat. I like this weapon. It's a little tough to use in PvP, but that's okay. And if we head down here, we have a lower path to head to. And this lower path isn't much. Wait, no, this is where we came from. Yeah, we went up, and then we looked at it. That's correct. We need to head towards this path here. Specifically. There we go. And it pops us out on the edge over here by the Lunar Estate ruins, where all the revenants were. And that's Ronnie's quest line, but she did give us an item when we gave her the Finger Slayer blade? Yes. She gave us the Carrion inverted statue. Statuette of a scholar with ground and sky inverted reveals the hidden form of the Carrion study hall, which connects to the Divine Tower. To unveil the secret, affix it to the pedestal of the celestial globe. And that is what we're going to go do next, because we actually need to do that area to do Fia's quest line. Okay, so we find ourselves here at Ronnie's Rise, right? We actually have a grace for Ronnie's chamber now. And we should probably go take a look at that really fast to see if she left anything for us. She might have, but I think she's essentially departed. Yep, so she's gone. I love so very... So, that sounds like Blythe. I was going to make a joke about how she was sitting in this chair, and the chair had a bunch of books stacked up on top of each other, and a cloth draped over it. Kind of like how a little kid might sit on phone books before they're ready for a full-size adult chair. So, kind of a funny parallel there, but I think the funny haha moment is about to be horribly ruined by what's about to happen next, unfortunately. Because there's a voice we heard downstairs that we didn't hear at first when we came to this side of Grace, but we're going to now. Ronnie's already left. This sword shows we're married to her. And there's Blythe. There's our good buddy. And he is hostile even though he has not noticed us yet. So unfortunately, it has come time to put the old dog down. Which feels very bad, unfortunately. Can we buff our charge attacks? We can. That's not a move that the Baleful Shadow used. Sorry, buddy. Oh no. Almost missed the critical. But his eyes are red, and he's gone nuts. And unfortunately, our good friend Blythe perishes. But something's different here. There are corpses of Black Knife assassins. The Black Knife assassins, at least at one point in time, worked with Ronnie on the plot of the Night of Black Knives. She essentially planned it, gave them the tools for their success. Why were they here? They're dead. It seems that they had a run-in with Blythe. Did somebody send them to take care of Blythe to strike at Ronnie? Have they turned against each other? Or did Ronnie send them here in the hopes of putting down her old boy who has now finally lost it? But we get Blythe's sword and his armor. Let's take a look at it now. Yeah. So, great sword decorated in royal carrion style, favored weapon of Blythe the half-wolf. In defiance of the fate he was born to, Blythe swore to serve no master but Ronnie. As proof, the sword was imbued with a cold magic at the moment the oath was sworn. So, kind of interesting that the oath was so impactful that it changed the nature of the weapon. And its unique skill is Wolf's Assault. Infuse the great sword with frost, then perform a forward somersault to plunge it into the ground, then pull it out to release a cold blast. And the weapon's heavy-ish. It weighs 20, so it's lighter than a few colossal weapons we have. But it's still a colossal weapon through and through. It was Blythe-sized. It was a great sword for him. It's a colossal for us. But it has this jump attack. So that's something we'll have to use soon. Let's take a look at his armor. And we already got a head that looks like his, actually, behind Seluvis' house, if you recall. Do I still have that? There it is. Black Wolf mask. There we go. It looks strangely like Blythe, who was the Royal Shadow. Loyal Shadow, not Royal. That's on me. Me speak poorly. Blythe's armor. Well-worn black armor of the man-wolf Blythe. The pelt serves as a cape protecting from cold. Blythe was the blade of Ronnie, but the cold bothered him anyway. I just thinking of Frozen, unfortunately. Those lyrics crept in my head when I said the cold bothered him anyways, and it just ruined the whole moment for me. I'm so sorry. Blythe, who served as Ronnie's shadow, was a loyal ally who would defy destiny itself if it would have him turn upon his lady. But it seems he didn't see us as a friend in the end, which is a shame because he did, along the way, see us as a friend. Now, this makes me worry. If they sent Black Knife assassins after Blythe, let's go check on E.G. and see what he has to say about this situation. Perhaps he needs to mourn his old friend. Here he is. He seems to be doing all right.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help?
Let's talk about Blythe's death.
Unthinkable. How could Blythe? How did he break free from his cell?
That was us. We let him out.
More importantly, Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I've made a grave misjudgment. And I thought myself a capable war counselor. I'll catch up with you soon enough, Blythe. When I do, I only hope you'll accept my apology.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
Something else for you?
He says he hopes he'll catch up with Blythe soon, and he hopes that when he does, that Blythe will accept his apology. Which is rather foreboding. Oh. Oh no. And there's more Black Knife. There's a Black Knife assassin there. Is there just the one? Oh, there's a second. So at least 2 Black Knife assassins. How many of these Black Knife assassins were there? We've killed a few ourselves. There's nothing we can do for him. Interesting, though, that he is covered in the black God-slaying flame, which we associate with the Godskin nobles and apostles, as well as the Glowmite Queen. And not the red flames that actually come from the Black Knife. Curious. But, here we get E.G.'s bell bearing and E.G.'s mirror helm, so let's take a look at that. Helm fashioned from a crystal looking glass, said to have never left War Counselor E.G.'s head, easily broken and weak against striking attacks. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassals. E.G. was afraid, terrified of his own treachery. I assume the treachery of the heresies against the Greater Will, so he wore this at all times. His own tinfoil hat, kind of like the Nox mirror helm, which serves a very similar purpose. Poor EG. We still don't know what those tombstones are in the chests of the trolls, or why the trolls seem to be made out of a system of roots on the inside. Very odd. Well, let's head off to the Carrion Study Hall next. Yeah, that's our next destination. Alright, so we find ourselves here at the Carrion Study Hall. Ronnie gave us an item that's supposed to help us with this place. So let's get to it. Interesting, though, to note that there's these blue flowers again, like we saw at the plateau, the lunar plateau. And yeah, the Carrion Study Hall is definitely of a different make, it feels like. Honestly, it feels like the Divine Tower was made by one culture. I think it's the Fire Giants. And then this Sword Saint stratum, they probably made the bridge. It looks like we can see the Sword Saints all the way up there. And it looks like another culture, maybe the Sword Saint stratum again, but a little later on, made this one. Why? The Great Tree Relief. So I still think it predates the Erd Tree by a little bit, but not a whole lot, probably. But then the Carrions came around and repurposed it for their study hall. So it's got a unique... Yeah, there's more Sword Saints. So maybe the Sword Saints did make the study hall themselves. But this would lead to the normal study hall that we've already done. We fought Preceptor Miriam here. But we can put the inverted statue on the pedestal. I hate it when the world shakes so much that not only does the world get blurry, but the colors blur as well. It's a cool effect. I like what it does. In addition to the controller rumble, it makes it feel like something's really going on here. So I talked about how this opening area of the Carrion Study Hall seems like it was made by the Sword and Tree era of people. The Sword Monks or whatever. Not to be confused with the Nox Monks, right? And we can remove the inverted statue if we want to go back. But that's a crazy contraption to design this place in mind with, right? This astrolabe or globe, complete with this inverted statue that can change the whole configuration of the place. We'll keep an eye out and see if there seems to be a dramatic shift in style. And sure enough, here's the statues we looked at earlier, but now they're upside down. And there are... I want to make volcano pots. This sounds like fun. Guess I don't need those anymore. And we can throw those on. Yeah, because I feel like this will be a good pick. I still need to... When we're done with this area, I will go out of my way to upgrade our new Spirit Ashes. So, Tish, the Swordstresses, and the Claymen. So I think we've used all the others, except for maybe Jarrite. I don't think we've used Jarrite, so we'll put him on the bar as well so I don't forget him. If we have a boss that needs it early before stuff is upgraded, we'll use Jarrite and just suffer. I'm sure he'll be fine. But fire does very well against finger creepers. And the water pool is above us, so this place is crazy already. Very crazy. But it's okay, because we have a plan. And Preceptor Miriam is poisoned. Do we have rot arrows? We do. Maybe I'll get lucky. I'm willing to take the hits if I can double poison her. Preceptor Miriam's not the smartest. Oh, I think those are double ticks. Yep, those are without a doubt double ticks of damage. So we can now work our way forward, and Preceptor Miriam will die when she gets around to it. Fine by me. Yeah, so that body we saw weirdly upside down, plastered to the archway, it's now over there as an item we can get. And we get Lucidity as a spell. So let's take a look at that. Preceptor Miriam just died, in case you didn't notice. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family. Alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Carrion Knights never waver. Never, ever. Very situational ability. Unfortunately. Feels bad because I love the idea of utility spells a lot. They make me happy. But Sleep and Madness as a combo isn't too common. It can be cast while in motion. If it's a fast cast, then I can see this being wonderful. I've never tested it, actually. I should test how fast it is. And there's Carrion Knight, or Carrion Soldier puppets. Not Carrion, sorry. Rhea Lucaria Kaku Soldiers. Mask of Confidence. It looks very much like the Preceptor hat, but without the hat, just the hood and the mask. Let's take a look at that, because I think we have both now. Yep, so they're essentially the same. One has a hat and the other does not. So the one with the hat increases your mind to the detriment of stamina, gives you 3 points of mind, and the other one gives you 3 points of arcane, actually. So this one is a large hat with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by the magic preceptors who served the Carrion royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carrions remain aware of, even if their fate has been long severed from the stars. And then the Mask of Confidence. When Radigan married Renola, he ordered the Carrion magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. So that explains the trellis-like pattern that's over their mouth. That sewn shut with golden thread symbolism. Kinda neat. And we finally learn a little bit more about Radigan. He's been, there hasn't been a whole lot on him, by the sounds of it. By the looks of it, I mean. Not since Miriam essentially lore dumped us. Probably shouldn't have gone for that. I'm digging this new outfit, though. Oh, man. Just getting stuff I need to throw in the box. My poor inventory can't take it. We'll mess with some other things for a moment. So I like getting my health back. So, yeah, just the place seems consistent. Yeah, there's sword saints everywhere. So they built this place to do crazy stuff, and the Carrions just adopted it later. I want to know what the connection is between the sword saint culture, because they seem to have all the Norman-style architecture, like Castle, Stormvale Castle, Morn Castle. Those places, right? Redmane Castle. They seem to be heavily influenced by those places. There seems to be some sort of connection. That looked real weird. Okay, and we need to find a nice place to hop down and not get ourselves killed. This should do. And finally, we can see that reversed platform. Or, sorry, the staircase, right? It looked like a reverse staircase. There it is. But now it is right side up. There's a body falling the wrong way. Kind of interesting how it seems that how you entered the Carrion study hall dictates what your gravity will be. That they're actually the same place. You're just inverting your own personal gravity somehow. Also, how did these nobles get here? Were they here before the place shut down for business? Don't know. But we have a button. I remember shooting at this button the very first time I came here. The Carrion study, way before I did any of Ronnie's questline. And I shot at the button hoping it would do something and allow us to proceed, but we just had to leave because we couldn't figure it out. More Sword Saints, but we seem to be at the top now. And sure enough, there are our doors. In fact, I'm going to want a handful more of these bad boys. And we have the option to open the door. This upside down door, are we going to plummet into the sky as soon as we get up there? I certainly hope not. That would be a miserable way to end our story. But the rain's coming in at a funny angle, and the storm is tumultuous. But sure enough, the Divine Tower's right side up, and so are we. Very curious. And it's right side up again. So the place is obviously full of witchcraft, not to be trusted in the least bit. Okay, but let's put those items away. Or put the sword away, I should say. There we go. And guess it doesn't matter, but it makes me feel better. I need to clean up my armor inventory. I have not done that, but we need to show off stuff. So I think we showed off the Dark Moon Greatsword a little bit. I kind of want to show off the Royal Greatsword now, but I don't know if we'll have the greatest opportunity. We'll try. We'll try. This could be a horrible mistake, but we will try nonetheless. I do have a contingency, though. Yeah, so if I left on the trigger down on the stick, we can go to the Omen Killer Cleaver, which worked very well for us last time we fought a monster quite like this. There we go. Okay. I do kind of want to make 2 of these bad boys, actually. Get rid of... Go a little farther on the bridge. Drink this. Pop one of these. And we'll equip that. Shall we have... another one of these boys. Who we can hit with this poison. Oh, it only took the one. Very good. I like that a lot. Oh boy, how long will this continue for? Oh, that long. As soon as I try to menu. Whew. Let him do his whole thing. Cool. We can actually show off more stuff now. So we can show off the nebula, as well as the other nebula. That's kind of neat, and we get the Godskin set, so we can finally find out what they're all about. So if we take a look, Noble Godskin Hood. Hood made from sewing together patches of smooth skin. I don't know what that word is. Subcutaneous. I'm going to look up how that is pronounced, actually, because otherwise it's going to kill me. And I am going to learn things if it kills me. Alright, subcutaneous. How do you actually say it? Leave it to my native browser to not actually tell me how to pronounce it. Ooh, we're going to do this. We're going to find out together.
Subcutaneous.
Subcutaneous. Okay. Subcutaneous, so that's where you split up the sounds. Subcutaneous fat makes it plump and soft, worn by godskin nobles. Nobles are the most ancient apostles, so nobles are higher than apostles in their hierarchy, who are said to have assimilated in human physiology. Sure enough, he has a weird snake tail when we fight him. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form, so even it draws that connection. Makes me wonder when the godskin apostasy happened. Because we know that Malekith defeated the Glowmide Queen and her apostles to get Destined Death, or the Rune of Death, or the Destined Death? I think it was Destined Death back. So let's look at the other parts to see if they offer any other hints. No. Let's see. No. And no. That is no's across the board, ladies and gents, I'm afraid. But yeah, showed off those a little bit. Honestly, I think the Bastard Stars is mostly worthwhile for its nebula ability. And like I said before, you can use it to hit through walls if you really need to. So that is a thing to do. And I still need to show off the Alabaster Lord Sword. So we will do that. It's an okay weapon. It's a little short for a greatsword if I recall. But finally we are getting into the Divine Tower of Liurnia. Kind of funny how much backpedaling we have to do before we tackle the final boss of Leyndell. But that's what we are here for. And another one of these places, horribly intricate pillars, only resembling the pillars that are outside, scaffolding for the whole planet just about. What was the purpose of this place? Ignore the cat in the background. They're doing cat things, as they are wont to do. So you might hear a jangle occasionally because they have belled collars. Alright, Sight of Grace. Always a good sign. Now, I don't recall getting another Great Rune, do you? So maybe we don't have the Shard Bearer that we're meant to power up here. In fact, there's not even a Two Fingers here. In fact, there is a slouched corpse here. In fact, it looks like a lady's corpse. With vaguely red hair and a brooch, bangles, and an item. If we look carefully at the back, that's the same marking that killed Godwyn and Ronnie's Two Fingers. So what is this? The Curse Mark of Death and the Stargazer Heirloom. So the Stargazer Heirloom, if we take a look at that first. A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen raises intelligence. The young astrologer gazed at the sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. So this is a story of Renala, right? Kind of funny how Renala gets her own heirloom talisman as well as Verdun. Verdun's cool enough, he deserves it. And now let's look at that bizarre key item. There it is, Curse Mark of Death. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ronnie the Witch, so we found her body. Also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ronnie was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death, or Godwyn, perished in soul alone. So it seems that the full curse mark could have killed a god in soul and body. But it seems Ronnie ditched her body, keeping her soul, and Godwyn lost his soul but kept his body, and it seems that a god keeping his body is what allowed Death Blight into the world. Excuse me while I take a sip here. So that is quite a lot to take in. Dang, Ronnie, you crazy. But, she was a big lady. This is like her shriveled body, right? So she probably had a little more water weight to her. She probably had feet and the rest of her legs. Seems her body hasn't fared so well. But she was a demigod. and she would have been a big lady compared to the Tarnished. It seems that all the gods are huge. This may be just for detail's sake, but now we can talk to people at the Round Table Hold and continue with Fia's quest line. So let's do that. I don't think Hunter D has anything to say. No. He does not. What about our good buddy Rogier? Seems the death root's about done him in, which is a shame. He sent us to help Ronnie out and to serve her so we could get access to the curse mark and the body, and he is too far gone to acknowledge any of that.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold?
Yeah, why not? We can continue Fia's questline in our new shiny armor.
You are so.
And we get the Balkan's blessing that we need to delete as soon as we can. And may I ask a favor? Or about Rogier.
I heard that you lent a hand to dear Roger. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him, despite his grievous wounds. You truly are a champion. To dear Roger. And myself, too.
I mean, I always knew I was a champion, but it's nice to have somebody else verbalize that for me, you know? And then may I ask a favor?
My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them?
And it is the weathered dagger. And it looks like it's broken to pieces. Formerly gold, now tarnished with a black to it.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like you to find the owner of the dagger I gave you.
Okay.
And
So it seems
return
that
it
she
to them.
says much the same
It's
thing.
a very precious. Then good day to you.
And if we take a look at it, we should be able to find out what is going on with it, I hope. And maybe figure out who it originally belongs to. Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black ash. So that hint that it's gold and silver intertwined, well, I don't know about you, but that reminds me of my good friend Hunter D, or D Hunter of the Dead. Yep. Gold and silver armor. It doesn't seem likely that she wouldn't be able to put two and two together. Who was the person who gave her the dagger? And why does she believe that the original owner should have it? Why should we be the one to do it and not her? Well, Fia seems to have some sort of connections with those who live in death, but we don't know what extent. Same with Rogier having some pity on those who live in death. And Dee could not be more fanatical and zealous when it comes to eradicating those who live in death. So maybe she didn't want to talk to him directly. Maybe she knew and she's playing us like a fiddle. Well, let's strum.
Did you need something else?
We can give him the weathered dagger, sure enough.
Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
And that's the end of it. He says, good work returning this to me. And he also seems to be skirting around the main issue. So let's rezone and see if that causes something to change. So D is missing along with his chair. How's Rogier doing? He is barely holding on there. I'm afraid he is not long for this world. And let's see if Fia has anything to say. She too is gone. Maybe we need to find them out in the world. But no. There's a door open here. A door that was not previously open to us. Let's see what's going on in here. Oh no. Oh no, there's Fia. There's a bloodied and dead Hunter D. And there is death root coming out of him, even here in the sanctity of the Round Table Hold, where no violence is supposed to be permitted. Where people literally can't swing their weapons if they so wish. And we get his bell bearing, and we get his twinned armor. What did you do, Fia? Let's talk with her.
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place. The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
And she just kind of neutral poses out of here. It's a shame that Dee had to suffer. But she said that the Hallowbrand has been returned. I wonder what she's referring to. Could have been the dagger. Maybe the dagger is actually a sort of relic in her eye, since it seems to have been brittle and broken away by Deathblight, honestly. It seems that whoever Hunter D knew that had the dagger after him might have been on a similar quest. And yeah, Rogier's just in awful condition. More death root, more flies. Fia is on a roll. Though it seems that Rogier contracted his death blight from messing with the body of the Prince of Death, or at least a piece of the body of the Prince of Death that was in the basement of Stormvale Castle. So let us work our way underground, because we can go meet D, Beholder of Death, and figure out what his relation is to Hunter D. So let's get to it. Okay, so we find ourselves at the aqueduct facing cliffs, part of the Siofra Aqueduct. Goodness. And we're a little bit past the... God, I can't remember. Ancestral Woods. So last time we came here, we ran into 2 Crucible Knights. And we took care of them fairly handily. And we met the Beholder of Death. And we should have known that he had some sort of link to D. Hunter. Or Hunter D, right? What is their relation? Maybe the dagger belonged to D. Beholder of Death more recently before Fia got her hands on it. So what was he doing with the dagger? What was the intent there? Well, maybe he'll chat with us now that his counterpart is dead. They're probably brothers. Actually, let's read the description for the twinned armor set before I hand it over. Like a silly person. There we go. Helm depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The 2 known as D are inseparable twins, so there's our answer. They are of 2 bodies and 2 minds, but 1 single soul. So 2 bodies, 2 minds, but 1 soul. Not once do they stand together, not one word do they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. It says much the same thing. So there are apparently 2 halves. Yeah, there we are. And looking at this fellow... I wonder if he's supposed to be the Silverhead. I think he has a blindfold on. Oh, it's hard to see. Before I give the armor away, though, I just remembered. So, if you have, like, a colossal sword or something, right? And you're wearing any old normal chest piece, even a lightweight one, right? You'll kind of hold the sword up at just shy of, or at, like, a 45-degree angle. Probably just shy of a 45-degree angle, right? If you're wearing fat armor, like the Godskin Noble Robe or the Prelate armor, you'll tilt it back a little bit because your arms change position, see? If you're wearing the twinned armor, which changes your position to a 3rd degree, to make room for the head, or at least it's trying to, you'll hold your greatsword at a horizontal angle. Now we know why Hunter D always uses his greatsword with one hand to avoid this calamity, this horrible situation. All right, let's give the armor away. So it sounded like he tried to say a name, and it went Darius? Darian? Dimitri? No, that's not it. Who knows what the name is that he's trying to say? But he's in bad shape. Oh, right, I was supposed to buff these, which means I have to use Jarrite. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I'm going to use a combination I'm quite comfortable with. And hope that this gets the job done. Eh. That'll have to do for now. Alright. So if we get all the way up here, we can actually summon the Beholder of Death. And I think if you're doing multiplayer, he gets stuck and can't enter the arena very well. He may not even be able to enter the arena now. Oh, he's able to join us, so maybe it's just multiplayer. But now we can summon Jarrite, which is kind of silly. Yeah. Now we're gonna drink our drink, and oh, I may not have time for this. We're gonna do it anyways. Ooh, rolled way too early on that one. Ooh. So that poison hurts a lot. And another gargoyle shows up. I don't know how Jarrite's doing. Okay, it's a light roll. Didn't do the most poise damage, but it did do damage. We're able to heal up. And Beholder of Death uses the twin sword. I don't know where he got it, because we didn't get it when we looted the body. Ooh, I always roll early into that one. And Jarrite just throws all sorts of different pots at him, which I think is hilarious for a summon. He's kind of like the random effect kind of character. There we go. And that deals with the other gargoyle. So yeah, I guess if you want Beholder of Death to help you, it's gotta be single player. And here we find the gargoyle's greatsword and the twin blade, which are both standard weapons that you can change the Ash 4 on. And they're both strength scaling. They're okay weapons. If you want a big strength twin blade, here's that. And then if you want a strength greatsword, here's that. They both are reinforced with corpse wax. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of the champions. The gargoyle greatsword, though, comes with vacuum slice, which I believe the Black Blade Kindred, who is the black gargoyle in front of Garank's place, I think he dropped the Faith version of this weapon, which is somber. It has black corpse wax on it. And that particular weapon does the vacuum cutter move, but it's called wax cutter, and it's red. And I think it has the death blight, not death blight, it has the burning effect of the... Oh boy, I am losing it today. It has the same effect as the Black Knife Assassins. How the red flame burns away at your health and lowers your a chunk of your max HP. But we can get into this casket here. And we can lay down in it. But we're already at the bottom of a waterfall. What good is it going to do to us here? At least at the, you know, the Grand Cloister, we could fall off of that cliff at the edge of the Lake of Rot. But there we are. A mysterious red script and mysterious red symbols to raise us aloft. And this red script looks different. It doesn't look like the same script that we see associated with the two fingers, the Cypherpada. It looks a little more Nordic in origin, kind of blocky looking instead of flowing like Tolkien's Elvish or something. So who made this? It's red. It's a strange color scheme to have here. But sure enough, we end up at the top of the waterfall for once. Have another tasty cutscene of us just getting out. And we find ourselves at the roots of a tremendous biological structure. I bet you can guess what it is. Deep root depths. We are somewhere under Leyndell, near the Erd Tree. Though these roots that are going all over the place, these are likely the roots of the Great Tree. Not to be so confused. Let's go buff up those spirit ashes. Okay, we have upgraded those spirit ashes. And I think I just realized I don't have enough mana for Black Knife Tish. She takes 132 and I have 126. Can we level up? I don't know if I'll have enough, actually. Oh, we have enough. So we need to break 132, huh? Oh, how am I supposed to count that? Let's give it one level up and see if that's enough. Because we have Godric's Great Rune working on us. 131. So that means you need a minimum of 23 mind to use Black Knife Tish. My goodness, I never wanted this much mind as a wizard. That's out insane. Alright, let's get to it. So Deep Root Depths. There is an Erd Tree avatar over there. It is already keenly aware of us. Which I suppose it's allowed to be. Can't summon anything to help us fight it, though. Oh, watch as I get domed. Oh, do I have to hit the button again? I don't know why it ate my input on the Flaming Strike. Maybe I need to spam it more. Ooh. Yeah, I kind of have to spam the heavy attack. It's been a little while since I've used it. There we go. But it is now an ordinary enemy. Weirdly enough. Staff of the Avatar. Oh yeah, I remembered. Way back when, supposed to use Waves of Darkness. I never did. And we have an ant. Oh no. We can keep it alive. We can save the day. There we go. And we get access to a new Ash of War, Golden Land, which I consider to be the counterpart to Waves of Darkness. So Waves of Darkness is an awful lot like the Astel of the Void's move, or the Natural Born of the Void, sorry. where he slammed the ground and it did this multiple hit ripple effect. As you can see, the magic wave hits 3 times, and then you can do a follow-up slash if you so choose. And it's a really good area control move. It can really help you in those dicey 3v1s when you're doing the PvP. And I'm going to apply to the Zweihander its counterpart, which is Golden Land. So I have some things to show off now. Don't know how much of this we're going to get to use. Also, this area, not a legacy dungeon, so you get to use your horsey. Also doesn't count as a true underground region, I suppose. So we have these routes. There's 2 ways you could get across over here. But we're going to take this path over here. And then we're going to look at that item I just got before I forget, because I am so terribly forgetful. Okay. So we found here this Staff of the Avatar. Ceremonial staff depicting the Erd Tree in its historic radiance, wielded by the Avatars who protect the minor Erd Trees. The Avatars, emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring shattering, were determined to protect the withering Erd Tree's offspring. And sure enough, the fallen leaves tell a story. But yeah, there's the little Erd Tree, right? Little, it's a huge Erd Tree. And there's a representation of the root system, which is much larger. And sure enough, the Erd Tree, while huge, is here, and its root system seems to cover all of the lands between, as far as we can tell. Okay. Got some more of them golden arrows, so we can buff our attacks. Excuse me. We are busy here. I am a wizard on the side. Just for fun. I need to stop doing that. They're getting free hits off on me. There we go. Anyway, I was trying to show off this. And you get a Newman rune and a rune arc when you kill those suckers. Rude. Is there another one hanging out? Perhaps not. Even at a great distance, 689 damage is not too shabby. But I should probably switch a couple of these things around. So we have tons of ants hanging on the ceiling. It seems we found our way into one of their hives? Colonies? Colony is probably the better word. Oh, I thought that ant was closer. It spooked me. Okay, and if you ever shoot any of these right in the abdomen, it just pops for like 6,800 damage. And each one gives you a Newman rune, so it's pretty easy money. I think you can only do this once, though. But hey, you worked your way here. It's about time they started paying you for it. And I'm curious to know, because there are pots you can make. Human foes, beast lure. Let's try a beast lure. I want to do just that. I did that badly. Because I want to throw a beast lure and see if it'll do its job. I've never, ever tried to use any of these. Oh, shucks. Oh, I was out of mana. Well, that looks like just about all the ants, so yeah. Beastler does serve a purpose. Is it one you particularly are glad to have? No, you probably want just damage on your pot, but it saved me some great arrows and made better use of them, so not upset. Able to clear the room pretty effectively. Great bows are nice like that. I feel like I'm using the great bows a lot recently, but they're good. They're really good. And we can get a legendary item here. The Elden Stars. Okay, that's weird. We've heard of the Elden Ring and the Elden Lord. What is the Elden Stars? Could be anything. This legendary incantation is the most ancient of those that derive from the Erd Tree. Creates a stream of gold shooting stars that assail the area. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast to the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. So a beast that became the Elden Ring. I think it has a unique background that's not shared by any other. Actually, it might have that ancient Erd Tree symbol in the back, but the symbol, the icon for the spell is just so wide and large, it's hard to see. But yeah, if it is anything, it's got the same shape of the paper as well as the ancient Crucible era. Interesting. Became the Elden Ring, right? The most ancient of those that derive from the Erd Tree, almost implying it's the first. Did the Elden Stars bearing the beast for the Greater Will, did it smack the Great Tree and start growing right there and there? Is that when it grafted? Silly thought. They can hit each other. Oh, this guy's got... You... Just give him the old poke. I haven't used the Carrion Sword Sorceries, and I should, because, well, I'm using the Carrion melee sword option staff. I just don't think to use it. I feel like I don't have enough mana to use it all the time. Though the damage isn't bad. It's not a bad pick. On my wonky, get nowhere kind of build. Alright, so there's not a whole lot in this area. Just time wasted. And this episode's gone on long enough, so let's push forward. So I think we can bring our guys over here. And I want to... How many Claymen does it give us? 2. Amazing. I've never been happier. Oh, that's funny to me. Oh, they're slow. What have I done? Ooh, fire seems to do pretty well against them. Oh, hello. Oh, shucks. Oh, they're casting. They're doing their bubbles. Do I have more of... I do have a few more volcano pots. They might be helpful. The bubble knocked him over, though. That's kind of neat. So I guess if you want slow but harassment that won't pull a lot of aggro but might be useful. I hate how they can also shoot. Don't like these ants. Don't much care for these ants. But now they are gone, and we get access to these bait items here in the middle. Don't know why I choose this as my one fire weapon. I should really get a better fire weapon. I feel like this weapon's fire is an afterthought in case I really need it. Fire and strength does kind of work together. It's not the best infusion for strength. I still prefer heavy, but... So now we have another side of the grace. And we have a ruined city here on the edge of this waterfall. This looks like an eternal city. An eternal city that's missing its night sky. I guess we found the eternal city that Estelle robbed, huh? Strangely enough, there is a finger reader here who's clutching her face. What does she have to say?
Oh, Lord Godwin. Such cruelty. Such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die. As a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be? Oh, Lord Godwin. Oh, my poor scion.
Okay, so she says the same thing. We'll sit down. Crazy though, right? It's like she was waiting to spout that off until we were nearby. And that is my new headcanon, and you can't change it. Okay. Well, we use the claimant. I'm not too worried. But let's move forward. And it looks like when we enter this area, we can summon again. Doggone it. Oh, nope. And I just exited the area where you could summon. That's funny timing. So if we head over here, specifically, there is a beastie we can get behind. Oh, his real eyes are gold, but it looks like nostrils. That's cute. And he gave a suspiciously large amount of runes because his eyes were golden. Here's a ruined gargoyle over here. They can't really turn. They're kind of like bad turrets. First hits to an 890 when our AR is 763. It's pretty good because things usually have absorption and resistances of some variety. Deep Root Depths map. Are we safe? I think we're safe. Let's read that item description. Alright. Map of the deep root depths and environs. At the very depths of the Erdtree's majestic roots lies the source of the Ainsil and Seofa rivers. Here too begins the network of great tree roots that spread throughout the lands between. Sure enough, here's the area. So we started over here. We went into the ant colony, crossed some more roots, just crossed over here, and now we are in this wrecked eternal city. Which is funny because it's more of an open area, not an area you traverse through. Like a set area, I suppose. What am I trying to say? The other cities seemed a little more like a mini legacy dungeon or a dungeon, and less an open area like this is. Well, he didn't hit me, though he sure did try. Vacuum Slice. So if you didn't like it being natively on the Gargoyle Greatsword, you can now slap it on anything you want. I haven't used it much. I've had people tell me it's great. I feel like it's a little too slow for how much damage it does. Maybe it does great poise damage. I don't know. Test it out and tell me what you think of it. Shouldn't I be testing it out? Yeah, probably. And I will at some point. But I have Waves of Darkness and Golden Land to be testing out. Oh boy, this is going to be a mistake and a half, I feel it. Oh god, it did so much damage. What have I done? Oh, it has so much health. No power attack for me. Unless it's an uncharged one. That thing had thousands of health. Oh, I hate rune bears so much. At least we get some of our flasks back. What was it guarding in its little barrow here? Ah, an item we can't get to. Marvelous. Alright. Well, let's not waste too much time here, because we need to figure out what this place is all about. What happened here? Actually, I can rant. I can do a little bit of a rant here. That's going to be neat. So if you look, there's this whole gaping void in Lanedale, and right where we are is about where that gaping void meets up, right? I tried to go on a rant an episode or two ago, specifically about the Eternal Cities, right? And what they were all about, and I wasn't able to, not well. I was missing information. Information we now have here, right? So, underground we have the unnamed Eternal City, right? Estelle of the Void stole its stars. And it corresponds to the location of the Abyss left behind in the Lanedale's main gate, right? So if we remember from the story cinematic, I believe, we saw forces during the Shattering assaulting this main gate, but they wouldn't assault this main gate unless there was something behind it. They wouldn't have bothered if they knew there was a void behind it. So it seems that the falling of this Eternal City... Oh, wow. How did that thing not kill me? Because we saw the lower part of Lanedale and how it had its own little Celia town, right? And then a lot of Lanedale is missing here. And I think it fell. And some of it was caught here, and some of it probably fell onto an even lower part of the lake that's beneath the Erd Tree, right? And so, this means that the banishment of the Eternal City, at least this one that we read in the Nox Armors, took place during the early stages of the Shattering, at least for this part, right? Which is far later than we normally would have suspected. Maybe the other two were banished later or earlier in the timeline, and so they had a chance to rebuild. This one looks absolutely wrecked, right? No chance to rebuild or fix things up. Celia, Lower Lanedale, they all share architectural likeness with each other. I've gone off about that one. And yet more similarities between them and the Eternal Cities underground, right? And the broken gargoyles of Lanedale can be found here, for some reason, in this unnamed Eternal City beneath Lanedale. The other two Eternal Cities, Noxtel and Necron, seem to correlate with their above-ground counterparts, right? So, Necron's over here. Some of it's over here, some of it's over there. Celia is just over here, so it's not too far off from each other. And it also is next to a set of old palace ruins. Oh, sorry, it's next to some dynast ruins. The old ruins are UHLD or something like that. They were over here-ish. Or were they underground? The old, not old, old palace ruins were over here, right? And Noxtella was right next to them. And there are dynast ruins above ground as well. And we know that there is ruins here. Well, let me think. So it seems that there were 3 Eternal Cities, right? The unnamed one, we'll call it the Lanedale Eternal City, the Eternal City of Lanedale, right? As opposed to the divine capital of Lanedale, right? And it had its own unique road network that led down and connected in this general area, right? Because there it is. Here's where it would have correlated, right? And then it seems that they had a road system that would have continued all the way here. And so, yeah, so it seems that they had an eternal empire. They were all over the place. See? These 3 underground regions correlate to those 3 eternal cities. I think that's interesting. There's a lot of history there that we just don't know, but we could speculate about an awful lot of. That was just a somber smithing stone. I think there's a place we can jump to nearby. Now I'd love to get taken care of. There are also a bunch of mausoleum boys in this area, and look, there's a wandering mausoleum and more ants. So the fact that there's a wandering mausoleum makes me think that Lanedale, the Eternal City, was more of a melting pot than originally believed. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if this was above ground, this mausoleum. If that was actually supposed to be the mausoleum for Godwyn. Because we know the mausoleums are to watch over the soulless demigods. Which makes me think the Knight of Black Knives killed many more demigods in body and soul. And since they both perished, body and soul, they didn't leave behind undead plagues like Godwyn did. Okay, so we just grabbed... What was that item I grabbed? I think it was just a consumable. I think the item I'm thinking of that I want is over there. So I'll have to give it another go. Such is life. But yeah, that was my little bit of the Eternal Cities rant that I couldn't really piece together without the third part. Not a huge rant. I could have gone on more. Tarnished Archaeologist has a wonderful video on the Eternal Cities. You should go watch. Fun times. But he goes over it in much greater depth. But still, the fact that part of the Eternal City was in Lanedale, and it was probably its lower city, makes it seem like Lanedale is half of a piece of a puzzle. And it seems that given the age of the Eternal Cities, that they were there first. Heck, in the lower part of Lanedale, we find the... Where is it? The Lower Capital Church, right? And that seems that Lanedale was originally an Eternal City, right? With its own culture, and they weren't an Erdtree worshipping society. And yet, later on, in that little Lower Capital Church, it seems that the cult of the Erdtree came about, seeming to revive the belief structure of the dynast, right? As if they were hailing to an ancient prophet of sorts. This is another casket that leads somewhere. I feel like it leads you here. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, the parts of the ruins connect to each other. I think I grabbed all the items here. Oh no, there's one more. Clarifying boluses. Okay. So we will go up that root structure soon enough. And let me get back to my notes. There we go. Things to talk about here. The roots of the Erdtree seem to be a deciduous beech tree. Seems to be a deciduous beech tree, right? Yet the rootstock seems to be a coniferous tree. This is evidenced by the two kinds of tree present in the Altus Plateau when we look above ground. The root system of the Erdtree and the ghost... we don't know about that. I'm going to skip that. Sorry, my notes are usually better censored than that. The rootstock specifically is coniferous, a holdover from the age of the great tree, before the Erdtree took over. Let's see. Yeah, it seems that the Erdtree Golden Scion was a deciduous beech tree grafted to the top. Look up crown sprouts to kind of show off the Crucible era and likely what that consisted of. Okay. Yeah, alright, I think we can continue. So, just a little aside that we learned from the roots. There's a lot of items in this area. Not too many of them are very helpful. I mean, some of them are upgrade materials, right? There's like not weapons or armors or stuff, unfortunately. So we're going to go on a little bit of a collect-a-thon. I've shown off waves of darkness, which means I think I can show off Golden Land now. And the nice thing about Golden Land is I can pop it, and while locked on, it'll shoot a bunch of projectiles at a single target. So, that's a neat thing it does. It gets us that golden projectile ability that we've seen the Erdtree avatars using. Okay, I think there is a spirit spring behind this bad boy that we can use to get on top of the building to get an item. I think we can also jump down to it safely and hop up to it over here. So we have a ton of these mausoleum boys that I will summon help for. And we know how agitating the Swordstress and the Night Maiden are. Oh, I don't want to lose them. Oh, shucks, I might have to provide range support. And if I'm doing range support, I should be using my other staff. I should also be, wrong spell. As my frame rate fails. Wants to play hardball, eh? As I mess around my inventory more than is necessary. Well, I hate the condition they're in, but there's not a whole lot that can be done for them. I need mana. There we go. Well, it's something. It'll help a smidge, because we have a Crucible Knight over there, who I am now remembering is parry bait. That's not my parry talisman. There we go. So I guess we'll go teach him what for. I still haven't used the Alabaster Lord's Sword. I should a little. Alright. We will. We shall. Ooh, I thought I had another moment. The Swordstress and Night Maiden are aggressive enough to knock him out of his parry state, which is kind of funny. Ooh. Oh, wrong thing. And they lived. Good on them. And we get Siluria's Tree. And it's by this... It could be a minor Erdtree. I think some people postulate that this is the actual Great Tree. But looking at the root system around us... Ain't no way, no how. This ain't the Great Tree. This is just an okay tree. Given it's hollow on the inside. Makes me wonder if at one point it was going to be a minor Erdtree. Or if maybe it was the young of the Great Tree. This is our minor Great Trees. And we find the Crucible set. We already have a Crucible set, the Crucible Axe set. This is the Crucible Tree set. So let's take a look at that weapon first. Siluria's Tree, weapon of one of the two honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. The primordial form of the Erdtree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear modeled on its crucible is imbued with ancient holy essence. And sure enough, we see those root sprouts around the outside of this spear. It's a strength weapon with a faith requirement. It, like the Ordovis Greatsword, also has a pretty good Ash of War. Not as useful as the Ordovis one, but I think it has its points. And it's also a great spear. So there's 3 faith great spears in this game. There's the Tree Spear, the Frenzy Flame Spear, this spear, And then I think you get the Great Lance, which you can infuse with your build of choice. And then there is the Serpent Hunter. So that's it in terms of heavy spears. Slap those on, and let's look at the armors. Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The Great Tree ornamentation is the Knight Siluria's mark, displayed also by her men. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Strengthens aspects of Crucible incantations. Much the same. And then the gauntlets and legs are the same no matter which set you get. So you technically get duplicates of those between the two fights. But the chest and the head are unique. Oh, Smith and Stone. Come on. There we are. Now there is a mausoleum soldier here. Just damage over time and frame rate loss today. Alright. Get that Death Blight out of here. There we go. I wanted him taken out because he's actually a nuisance. He's one of two of those knights in the area that'll just dome you with a great bow when you're not paying attention. Okay, is there anything up this branch? Oh, there is. Okay, is there anything else over here? Somber 6. Don't think so. So I think we're good to depart over here. Which I don't think I go up here normally. Which makes me feel like it's not worth it. Probably isn't. Yeah, I don't even see... Oh! I think that was a great arrow I was talking about. Probably. As long as we keep moving, though. Great trees... Or, sorry, the great bow is unlikely to hit us. Oh, the pivot backstab. I guess it wasn't a real pivot. Now we can grab the smithing stone, and I think it's safer to hop down here, because I hate hopping back to the branch. I think this is safe as well. There may be a handful of soldiers down here, but it's like, what, a night? Really? Nothing? Ooh. And this is like Lutel the Headless. It has a little bit of Deathblight on their weapon. Oh! That's a critical hit. See, guard counters aren't good. I'm glad that the enemies use them, but they're not great. Also, funny thing, the horse is headless as well. Not just the mausoleum soldiers. Even the darn horse is headless. Alright, so we're almost done with this little area. Thankfully. The free cam wins again. So the reason why you killed that guy up there is because if you go over to this silly little thing in the attempts to loot this item, which is 5 mausoleum soldiers, which is really good Ash of War if you have a low mana pool and need a lot of help. 5 of them. That's a lot. Then that is what you can... You kill that guy, otherwise his great bow will knock you off the cliff, kind of insta-gibbing you, or killing you. Don't know why I said gib. The mausoleum appears to be asleep. I don't see any residual stuff on the outside of its feet. Is it bugged right now? Huh. Odd. Don't know why I keep doing this. Okay. There's a bear in there I should probably take care of. I don't want to fight the bear, but it's the content. Okay, I think we'll do a little better, and we'll bring these bad boys. I hope this will do better. Storm Stomp's not the pick. Storm Stomp is not the winning pick. And we gotta deny that first hit as long as we can. Oh, we can summon a friend here. Black Knife Tish, we hate the bear. Solve our bear problem. Maybe that's why. You usually can't bring friends in this area, specifically. That took a lot of hits to frost the sucker. Oh man, that was a lot better than the last one. And what do you get? You get fan daggers, a golden rune level 8, and a level 7 somber stone. So I guess unless you really need the somber 7, probably not worth it. Alright, let's teleport to the upper part and get through that. Kind of want to bring the 5 mausoleum boys. In fact, I think we're going to do it. So let's do that. Alright, let's put this area to rest. So we don't have a whole lot left, thankfully, but I feel like I've been saying that for a while. Kind of insane how much we've done. Oh shucks, I just remembered. Oh, we gotta go anger a rune bear. Another one. Actually, a previous one. Well, actually, if I can do this right, I may not need to. So you can get up here above this waterfall. Oh, by the way, all this water is soapy gross. Probably... Well, we'll talk about it a little later. But I don't want to lose that thought, so come over here. We have all these roots and ruins and stuffs. And I want to sneak when we get down here, because if we don't get caught, we'll have a greater likelihood of being able to leave. So if we loot this item quietly, Somber 7, I feel like we're missing something. There's an item that we were supposed to have picked up that I am missing. I don't want to deal with the bear. Oh, I don't want to deal with the bear, but it'll be faster if we do. We're going to see if we can outrun the bear. This is a horrible idea. Okay, there's supposed to be an item somewhere out here, I think. Oh, why am I forgetting it? This is stupid. It's not out here. Oh, there's those. Let me... I feel like we should have already grabbed the item. Did I miss it? I feel like it's with the rune bear somehow. Yeah, I think it's... Was it on the way down? Oh. Oh my goodness. It might have been on the way down. There's an item over here. The Baldakin's Blessing, as you may have noticed, is giving a wicked amount of poise to deal with this monster. It's out. Okay, so you have to loot the bear. That's funny, I must have missed it, but you get the Prince of Death's cyst. Okay. Gross. A fetid, overgrown cyst taken from facial flesh. Greatly raises vitality, which is the anti-death blight stat. It is said that this cyst came from the corrupted visage of one unable to die a true death. Indeed, it comes from the Prince of Death, scion of the Golden Bough, and first of the dead among the demigods. That's the item I didn't want to miss. Alright, let's get up those roots again. They keep making bad, false promises. So many of them, in fact. But it'll be nice, because episode 100 will be a recap episode, which hopefully also doesn't go on too long. And I wanted to complete all this content because it'll help me have lots of things to discuss. Oh dear. I need to get over there. It'll help me flesh out what I have to discuss. Will we have all the parts? No, but we'll have many of the parts. Here it is. So if you get all the way into this tower over here, you get the Prince of Death's staff, which I would like to use at some point, probably when we finally get around to over-leveling, so I can show off all the weapons and incantations that I can't use because I'm not a faith build. Staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death, enhances death sorceries. So like Rancor Call, the one that shoots a bunch of skulls that home in on an enemy. One of the staves deemed heretical by the Academy for its ability to allow sorceries to be augmented through faith in addition to intelligence. And sure enough, if you are getting an obscenely high level, having a high faith and int stat, so a severely over-leveled character, right? You're not doing meta level stuff, you're doing whatever you want. That is the staff to pick. Oh, shucks. He knocked us down. Well, fine. If he's going to be like that, we're going to head this way instead, which is an alternate way up there. Ooh. Didn't think I was going to make it for a second there. I feel like there's an item up here. Maybe not. Stormhawk Axe is good for its Ash of War. Oh dear. That was stupid risky. Okay. But now we have a Site of Grace, so we don't have to do that root thing again. Look over my notes, make sure I didn't miss anything. Alright, now we can finally put the crowning jewel on this area, which is the part I'm excited about. Alright. We can even bring our friends. So that does look a little bit like the thing that was in the bottom of Stormvale Castle, but a little more advanced. It has arms, it still has its gross octopus face, and the tentacles are hanging down. The golden hair is still there. There's bugs everywhere. Deathroot branches. Specifically these ones. They break, though. And it seems that it has greatly infected this part of the Erd tree. Like, there are eyeballs and tentacles with fins, and there are wings growing out of the branches, which makes me think the flies aren't just attracted to it, they are spawning from the death blight. This place is gross, for lack of a better term. And of course, nothing good can happen in an arena this large. You know it, I know it. It's one of Fia's champions. If you parry spam, you'll win. Oh, that just put him down really fast. He's wearing a unique outfit. Here's your good buddy Rogier. Come on, Rogier. Don't get dunked on. We'll give him an extra chance to redeem himself. Whew. Parrying the Ash of War there, though. Sorry, Sorcerer Rogier. So why are they Fia's champions? I haven't seen Fia here. We'll bring in the backup for this one. So we have Lionel the Lionhearted. Surprise, surprise. We did find him with the deathbed dress. Goodness me. There's quite a few of these fellows. Which means we need to use this one. And he's using a unique mist, it looks like. Sorry, Lionel. Such is life. Also, colossal weapons, if they're one-handed, you can still parry them. Well, jeez. I didn't think those... I wasn't even wearing the parry amulet, so we get Fia's Mist. And Fia appears. And I lose all of my boys. I liked having them there. That was a lot of distractions. Very helpful. We will take a sit down. So I did show off Stormhawk and Nox a little bit. Okay, so let's talk with Fia and see what she's all about now.
Ah, there you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order?
No. I want to be held again. That's how you advance your
odd
quest line.
I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch. Yet you still wish to be held by me?
Yeah, we're kind of crazy. But we're here to get her ending as well. Okay. Another Bala Keen's Blessing. I forgot to waste the last one after getting it, but it was useful for that rune bearer, so I guess it does have its purpose. And let's talk in secret, even though who's going to overhear us? Godwin? Maybe.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwin's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold. But there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwin died, a Hallowbrand scored his flesh, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. My hands will be dirtied once more by the deed. Will you still let me hold you, even then?
So it seems that we can give her the curse mark of death, and that's what she's referring to, the one we found on Ronnie's corpse. So it leads me to suspect that D, Beholder of Death, Hunter D's brother, twin brother, I think he found the body of Godwin. And I think he attempted to slay it with his filthy dagger. And I think or carve something from its flesh with that filthy dagger. And I think as a consequence, he got the curse mark like the one we got off of Ronnie, but he got that other half. And so he got that curse mark, right? And it must have been attached to the dagger in some capacity. Somehow, right? And so Fia got the dagger and somehow couldn't get the curse mark off of it. So she gave it to Hunter D and then killed him in the Round Table Hold to get her half of it. And now we have the other half. So it seems that whenever we help women in the lands between, many people die as a consequence. In fact, I want to take a look at the sorcery we just got from Lionel. We just saw him use it. Lionel the Lionhearted. Sorcery of Fia Deathbed Companion. Creates a deathly mist before the caster, which inflicts death blight upon those who enter. This sorcery can be cast while in motion, charging and enhances the range of the mist. This sorcery is developed to oppose the Round Table Hold, and it's effective only against the Tarnish. So it seems she used this to oppose the Round Table Hold and kill Hunter D with death blight anyways. And as soon as we talk to her, we are instantly held. You can use this to get as many Baldachin's blessings as you can until you advance your quest, which is one at a time. You have to use them.
This is the other Hallowbrand. How did you... Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead, and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment.
So she holds us a little tighter. And we get the Radiant Baldachin's Blessing. A different one.
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
So she wants me to become the Elden Lord of all the dead people.
I will soon to brandish my stay the by becoming.
Okay. And she says that she will conceive a great room of sorts. Alright, lady, it seems odd. I don't believe you. Alright, I need to select some weapons. What to use? You know what? I think I know exactly what to use. Okay. So now we will sit down here. If you want to... okay. I think here's... let's read the Radiant Baldachin's Blessing, actually. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. This blessing is of the utmost rarity. It is said that a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life. The sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition. In death there's only peace, for in death there can be no sensation. So it's a stronger version of the Baldachin's Blessing, and you only get the one per playthrough. But it's supposed to be a whole lot better. So let's talk with her again and then I'll chat about it. Oh, remember all the white water that we saw earlier? Yeah, that's obviously filthy water thanks to Godwyn. In fact, given all the gargoyles as well, it might actually be soapy death water because corpse wax is a soapification of body fats, so...
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me, and I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion? This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my, and I will bear who will inherit what great...
Okay, and that is all she has to say to us. I want to use the Baldachin's Blessing during the next fight, because we have another fight, of course. So when we sit down, she's in a different pose, and if we interact with her now, we will be transported to a boss arena. If you want to bring friends into this fight, which I thought was a solo fight for the longest time, what you gotta do is you got to go outside the boss room to the previous site of Grace, here across the roots, and you can summon your friend there, and then you can bring them into this boss arena, and then when you interact with Fia's body, you can bring them into the fight. So that's a little known thing I didn't know about. So yeah, this fight in the Deathbed Dream, you don't have to do it solo if you don't wanna. If we look, this place is severely wrong. There's Fortisax, Godwin's good pal, the Lich Dragon, Deathblight, Red Lightning, and the skybox is pockmarked, sickly, kind of nauseous, honestly. Oh, shucks. I want to slap his head. I meant to drink this, and I didn't. That's on me. More fire. Black Knife Tish is not doing as hot, because I'm not doing so hot. So you have to move to keep that lightning off of you. But if Black Knife Tish keeps using them big attacks, we're going to be just fine. It's going to do a big ol' glaive spin that I dodged way too early. Come on, Lich Dragon. Well, Black Knife Tish is gone. And he's just covered in Deathblight, like, roots. He's in horrible condition. But I want him dead. Whew. What a lame way to finish the fight. I thought it was funny, though. The back jump. And we get a remembrance of the Lich Dragon. Oh, I think I forgot to buff my weapon with, that's what I was planning on doing, was I was going to buff it with my Scholar Armament. Oh, there's Blythe. Poor guy. Rest in peace, Blythe. So let's look at that remembrance. Then we'll start working on closing up the episode. Yeah, down here. Remembrance of the Lich Dragon Fortisax, hewn into the Erdtree. Good buddy, known good buddy of Godwin. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. After Godwin the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within his companion, or its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. How sad. So Lich Dragon actually showed off benevolence. Empathy. For a demigod, sure, but still a roughly humanoid person. That is a huge leap forward for dragonkind. I always thought they were unfeeling monsters. And it looks like Fia's here in a not so great position. But we see the two marks of the Holobrand. Mending Rune of the Death Prince. Take a look at that. Rune gestated by Fia, the Deathbed Companion, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. This is one of 3 or 4 we can get that unlock different endings. Formed of the... and they're different types of mending runes, specifically. Formed of the 2 Holobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into the order. And sure enough, it's shaped like a more complete death rune of a sense. So... the Golden Order was created by a confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. Theoretically. I guess we can restore death without actually getting the Rune of Death. We made our own. So it's different than the Rune of Death or Destined Death. Interesting. Okay. Okay, let's sit down at the Grace and see what happens. Uh-oh.
Prince of Death, take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead.
That was a sick zinger at the end there.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul. This is the wrath of D.
So, hood of black cloth that covers the whole head, worn by Fia the Deathbed Companion on her journey after being exiled from her home. The fabric itself is soft as silk. Worn by Fia the Deathbed Companion on her journey after being exiled from her home. The fabric itself is soft as The fabric itself is soft as silk and thin enough that those embraced can feel every pulse, every bit of her warmth. And if we look at the collar, it is very much it's very much the outer covering to the deathbed dress. I apologize. I shouldn't have subjected you to that, but that I want to show that off. So let's talk with Beholder of Death D.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darien in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
So I guess Fia got her comeuppance after all.
Darien, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of...
So we learned the name of his brother, Darien.
Darien, honeyed...
Alright, and if we take another seat... There is an item. The inseparable sword, twinned helm, and the set. So if you want the sword, you have to do the whole questline. Sword forged by compounding silver and gold, a sacred weapon to hunt those who live in death, deals holy damage. The inseparable twins found solace in the Golden Order, the only institution not to revile them as accursed beings. To be fair, they were two bodies, two minds, but one soul, so that must have been weird. So perhaps while Darien was alive, D. Beholder couldn't act properly, and so he was a gibbering fool when we found him. And if we look at this weapon, here it is. It actually has the flowing attack pattern, which I didn't know it had for the longest time, which made me feel stupid. It is a faith weapon primarily. I don't know what its runner-up stat is, but see faith already. And it has Sacred Blade. But we can't use it because we don't have enough faith by any means. But you get it a little late in the game, but it's not a bad weapon. And if you can angle these types of pivoting hits, you can get combos with it. And Sacred Blade is a fantastic Ashifor. So if we interact with this portal, it'll bring us somewhere you never expected. That's right. It's another way into Lanedell. It's a long way to get into Lanedell, because you'd have to, oh god, there's so much you'd have to do. But, the short answer is you have to kill Radon, go through here, kill the twin gargoyles, and then get to that boss room. I don't know if Fia's champions, or the Fia's champions and the Lich, you certainly can't get to the Lich Dragon at that point, if you haven't done Fia's questline, but it is an option. Maybe you can't even enter the room, I don't know. Haven't tried. But let's talk with Enya, mostly to look at the rewards from Fortisex's remembrance. Okay, there we go. So let's take a look at this here. So you can get Fortisex's Lightning Spear or Death Lightning. Fortisex's Lightning Spear, incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisex, creates 2 spears of red lightning and stabs them into the ground from above, one after the other. On impact, each spear will burst into trails of lightning covering the area. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon who was called the Mightiest Boulder Stone. Fortisex, later friend of Godwin. And so this thing, you kind of rise up the air, have a lot of hyper armor, and you plunge 2 lightning spears into the ground in front of you. The impacts will do a lot, and it'll have a little wave of lightning that courses outward in multiple directions. If you use this over a cliff, it'll actually shoot the spikes downwards, so people will actually use this with a height advantage to mess with other players. It's a unique little utility it has. Death Lightning. Another thing, actually, about this. Waves of Darkness and Golden Land both have that ability where if you plunge the weapon in front of you, it hits with an AoE. Waves of Darkness hitting multiple times, and then Golden Land having the projectiles that follow up. If you use that over a cliff as well, it'll have the AoE magical effect happen over the cliff and on the ground below, as long as you overshoot the edge by a little bit, but don't fall off. Kind of interesting. Another thing that does that. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisex, now corrupted by death. Strikes surrounding with a storm of death lightning. Inflict death blight upon foes. Charging extends duration from the storm. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwin, who befriended Fortisex, and it was corrupted. Feels bad. So this ability, you charge up, and then it hits the area with a ton of lightning bolts all over the place close to you. It hits suspiciously hard. Don't expect to get the death blight effect of it on other players, but the damage it does by itself, while random, is still really high. Okay.
Now go.
I think that's it. Yeah. So next time, we will confront whatever lies beyond the Queen's bedchamber, and we'll find out what happens with the game after that. And I think we might even go do the Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum after that. So thank you for joining me for this super long episode 99. You are a trooper for putting up with me for this long. But it'll be good times. And next time, episode 100 is going to be the recap episode on all the lore. Which we already went through a lot of lore. So it's going to be funny to be recapping so much. But it'll be good times. Thank you, and bye-bye.